Today is a huge day, though. Now, the other tariffing stuff that we've talked about, that's one thing. But taking on China, you know that today the 104% Trump pushback on China happens. Did you know also, though, that he wants tariffing on pharmaceutical supplies? It seems to be not just from China, because this is one of the big things that we want to come out of this, that we're using more and more of our own medicines. And we were just talking, you saw it on youtube.com/1210 WPHT, that analysis of China growing garlic in sewage. Come on, Don, grow up. It's better for the garlic. Yeah, you can kid all you want about it. They do anything. So, as I've said, some of these tariffs on friendly countries, that's one thing. We'll see how the markets react today. Early on, it wasn't too bad. But China, taking on China, this is a necessity, and Trump is uniquely qualified to be the one to do it. So Gordon Chang will be here today at 1 o'clock. He's the expert anywhere that you see across talk radio. There's a reason why he's on so much. He's the guy with the real expertise to tell us honestly, where's China vulnerable? How can you finally take on China, the enemy of the world, the existential threat? I'd hate to be on the other side trying to say what I've just said doesn't have any truth. Come on. Jeff Andrew will be here today at 12:30. Let's see. Jeff Andrew at 1:30. We'll talk with him about several things going on around us. So it is a big day. China retaliates, 84% tariffing on their thing. Now, I don't know how much that hurts us. I know it must hurt in certain quarters with China as far as Americans trying to export to China. You know, the NBA hasn't said anything about this. I wonder if the NBA is lobbying for China again. This is the point now where Democrats, who have no standing in any of this because of what they've done the last 40 or 50 years, it's going to be interesting to see what they do when it comes to talking about China. How they put this into the hopper there. Elizabeth Warren is out there, too, telling us, and Jim, this would be cut 16 with Elizabeth Warren. One of the angles Democrats are going to take, we're going to hear this again. It's tiresome. We hear it all the time, that corporate America now are going to be price gouging under the guise of saying it's the tariffs. Now, if we see somebody raise car prices astronomically, they're hurting themselves. People are not going to buy those cars. So how will price gouging work here when you have competitors who are also under the gun of this tariff? But here's Elizabeth Warren. You're going to hear this as long as we see the negotiations going back and forth with the 70 or 80 countries under tariffing. I don't know if they'll say it after that with China. Here's Warren.
Your point on the chaos is well made. We see that in the futures every morning with what we've been watching with the markets. But our trade and tariffs reporter points out this morning that there's an on-the-water clause that comes with this in the customs release that basically says this tariff isn't enacted until 12:01 a.m. on items that are then leaving the ports from those countries. So anything already on the water is not going to come in with a tariff. Those items will be coming in to the end of May without having a tariff on them. You said you've been hearing from businesses that are already raising prices on this. Are they gouging by raising prices before their own prices go up?
Look, if they simply are passing along increased costs, that very much is a tax on the American people when they do that. But there are businesses that are already saying quite publicly, yep, they're worried, and so they're raising prices now. And this is actually one of my most serious concerns about the tariffs. Once everyone starts talking about price increases, and remember, this started last Friday with Jerome Powell saying that he's very concerned that we're going to see inflation. That is, costs are going to go up across the board for everything that consumers buy. that creates the environment for businesses to be able to say, oh, well, we'll just go ahead and increase our prices now. We will increase our prices more than the cost of the tariffs. And so you get the 1-2 punch of passing along costs from the tariffs, but also price gouging.
All right, so this is the same woman when she ran the first time for the Senate, remember? Other than the phony Indian stuff. Elizabeth Warren telling us, you didn't build that, and then Obama picked up on it. I think Elizabeth Warren was first. You know, that's why we're going to tax you and come after you. We educated your workforce. We built those highways that you drive on. It was more Warren even than Obama telling us. So watch the price gouging thing. That's where we're going to go. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210. You get on board. I'll give you the side question today coming up. You can win, get your name into the hat for a great prize at the end of the week. By the way, at about 2:13 every day on the Dom Show, we have Dom's Money Melody, and we will have a pair of tickets to see the Phillies play the San Francisco Giants. I might be at that game, too. So we'd love to see you in the same area. That's at 2:13 every day. You guess who's covering the song or what language, something like that, every single day, and a great prize. 855-839-1210.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Scorching summer months are almost here. CNC can keep you cool. Don't wait until your age system fails before replacing it. Take advantage of CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years. Payments can be as low as $89 per month. This offer is now extended through the end of April, so don't delay. Just go to cc-hvac.com for more information. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York dealers. Offers for new installations through April 30th.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. April showers bring May flowers, but ball tires, well, that brings trouble on slick spring roads. Worn out tread means longer stops, less control, and way more risk. Don't chance it. Roll into United Tire and Service for a free tire inspection and serious deals on top brands, including an extra $50 off any Ford tires. United Tire and Service, locally owned and operated. Find the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Noble Gold Investments alert. Gold has surged 46% in less than a year, doubling the gains of the Nasdaq and S&P 500. But this isn't just another rally. Investors are losing confidence in paper gold and demanding physical metal, creating a massive gap between gold owed and gold available. But this isn't about how institutions broke another system. It's about how you can profit from it. Right now, Noble Gold Investments has a limited supply of investment-grade gold bars and coins available. As banks scramble to fulfill their obligations, pushing gold prices higher, you can profit. Smart investors are already moving into physical gold. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy for you to do the same. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com now and turn their panic into your profit. NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code FAST. Swishradio.com, code FAST.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano sitting in for Dawn here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I'll give you the side question today. We got Gordon Chang coming on, Jeff Van Drew, and a couple of other surprises. Give you the side question in a moment. Today, though, is a huge day. The markets have steadied somewhat. Now, this happened yesterday, then they went sour. China, 84% retaliation. We're at 104. Now, this is the game that I'm behind. Taking on China up and down the line is legitimate forever. They've done anything that they wanted to do. So we're going to see, are they a colossus or are they internally in big trouble? And this is going to cause them to have to deal with us in a much fairer manner. You still can't trust them, whatever they say. Just trust and verify. But they are a much bigger threat. I told you this story today the Washington Free Beacon has, where they talk about the military games, athletes around the world. It was near Wuhan, very near. And these people in their Olympic village, if you will, a lot of them came down sick with flus and all that. Now, thank God they were athletes, mainly in their 20s. I don't know that any of them died. But what they had was COVID. And you know and I know where it came from, whatever Dr. Fauci and Democrats want to say. And we know that deep down, other than protecting themselves, not only don't they care about it, but they probably see it as an advantage. This is what we are up against. Now, I would argue I can't think of any other president that would take on China in the manner that we're seeing now. The only thing I object to is the friendly countries and doing all that. We've been over this. Some of you think, I get the pass-through stuff, meaning got to be wary of these nations that are letting Chinese goods pass through and evade tariffs and all. That can be done. But maybe the markets are looking at the fact that Scott Bessent has said that 50 to 70 nations now have already, well, somewhere in the 20s at least, have started negotiations. Let's be more public about that. Let's get it done. Give people updates. That might calm everything down here. In other words, let's take yes for an answer. But with China, this is worth it. This is a wartime footing. All right, let's go to Bill in Montco to start off here with Dom. Bill's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill.
Hey, good morning, Dom. It's funny to say good morning to you since you're normally on in the afternoon.
Ah, that's right. Yeah, it's can't stop it. It's a virus.
There you go. I just wanted to say this is a 21st century war. This is war.
Yes.
From a military perspective, we're not going to fight it with ships and planes and troops. This is us versus China. And like you said, some of the friendly nations we can't let become collateral damage. But Trump is making his move when we have the economic clout to do it. And if we wait too much longer, we won't have that clout. So the time is now.
Yeah, well, Bill, let me ask you, though.
Board.
I'm not sure why he's putting a tariff. This was the other thing yesterday on pharmaceuticals as the way to try to drive that. I'm not sure that that's, what do we have to do?
Oh, I can tell you that.
Go ahead.
No, it's because of COVID. We found out that our PPE is being made in China. Generics are being made in China.
Right.
Since COVID, what have we've been doing to replenish our stocks? Probably we went back to business as usual. So this is another chance to prepare us for
here's what I'm asking.
Pandemic.
No, this happened well before COVID. Why is it that Americans can't produce pharmaceuticals? And it would seem to me regulations, probably over-regulations, probably OSHA, probably, all those things would seem to be in play here, and that's how the Chinese ended up with this. So they're going to be more costly now, and people may not be able to afford them. Well, we got to get to the root cause. What do we have to do? Because I would support almost anything that we make our own medicine. That's critical.
Right. I think we're talking generics, though, Tom.
Yeah.
Dom, excuse me. I think, generics are not that profitable, and it's more profitable for the Chinese to make them, and that's why they went offshore, and it wasn't worth American companies. They couldn't make the profit on it.
But here's the thing,
So,
Bill.
will
Will the tariff make American companies make these pharmaceuticals now?
Yes.
Okay.
Eventually. It might take a few years.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Bill. Thanks very much. So that has not come up as much that I think Trump is going to do that today. I don't think it's kicked in yet. So expect pharmaceutical costs to go up a little bit here. But this is critical. Whatever we have to do at this moment when everyone's focused on it. Now, are we going to see people say, don't buy Chinese products, say, for the next couple weeks, month, or whatever? How difficult would that be? Pretty difficult. But to me, this is the Super Bowl. This is beyond the Super Bowl. And you don't know what they may do to retaliate. I mean, I'm sure they realize that Trump is different than a lot of U.S. presidents. They're on focus now. But they have gotten away with everything in the past. I would predict they're going to retaliate. They're not going to roll over easily. Rand Paul yesterday talking about they might invade Taiwan. I think that's a little over the top. Why would they do that? Well, they're willing to push the envelope. The other nations look to me like they want to negotiate. We ought to be doing that, be more public. Let's get a couple wins on the board, and I think things will calm down. But with China, here's the thing I was telling Nick, too. Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, I'm working day and night, and I got a couple inside people there to get him on. Haven't done it yet. Besant is the guy that through various financial manipulations really stung the Bank of England way back when. You may remember. I think it was silver, but it was a lot of stuff. So this guy is excellent at inside stuff as far as dealing with banking systems. And already today, the Chinese National Bank and some others are meeting because of some of the preliminary things. Now, I'm not sure if he's done it through us or not, but the guy that Trump has picked here to be Treasury Secretary is the guy you ought to be watching and the guy that I think has struck the right approach here. He's the guy. Not Navarro, not Lutnick, this guy. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Let me give you the side question. This has been what? At least 40 years. I can remember Reagan talking about it. Might be 45 that we have fixated. At one point, it was Japan. Remember, we're going to be overwhelmed by Japan. Japan was outproducing us at one point. And at least with the Japanese, there was a sense of higher quality and all that, cars, remember? With the Chinese, it's just warfare. I was thinking of doing the big list today of the 10 things that are examples of how you have to play with them. The NBA is one of the all-time. Daryl Morey, the president of the Sixers, just says in Houston, free Hong Kong. And what happens? They go wild, threaten the NBA $1 billion. The NBA screams at us, shut up. This is big money. Let the Chinese alone. You remember that. So there's a lot of stuff here that they engage in every day. Theft, disease, cheating at every level imaginable, infiltrating college campuses, paying Penn and these other places millions, tens of millions of dollars. This is what they're up to. This is what they've always been up to. So I thought, side question, and we don't need the great villains of history. You know, we never accept Hitler or Stalin. It's a fun category, the side question. I thought of villains, alive or dead, real or fictional, because there are a lot of villains here, both Democrats and Republicans, that got us to this point. Clinton, the whole NAFTA thing, that was just one part of it, bringing China into the world of nations. Republican types like the Bushes, so-called free traders, not worried about the middle class. All these things that have happened, that was one of the core things that Trump ran on the first time around. All these towns that are ghost towns or diminished, they just don't have jobs. They're not manufacturing anymore. A lot of them in Pennsylvania. So give us that all-time villain. I'm going to take a couple female villains off just to have fun with it. Nurse Ratched in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is one of my favorite villains. Her fight with Jack Nicholson, McMurphy, is unbelievable. I mean, this is a world-class manipulator, Nurse Ratched. So I'd love to hear some female villains. What else do I have here? Let's see. There's a lot of evil queens, of course. The woman in Ozark, Linny, the actress that plays the wife in Ozark, is an unbelievable villain, beyond manipulation, countless times. Jim, how about a villain from you?
I'm going to say any movie where John Lithgow plays the villain,
yes.
You're guaranteed a great performance.
What is the film with Eastwood where he's trying to assassinate the president? That's Lithgow, right?
I don't think it's Lithgow, but it's In the Line of Fire.
Oh, Malkovich.
Malkovich, yeah.
In the Line of Fire, yeah.
I think Lithgow, and I just watched this a couple days ago. It's Ricochet. He and Denzel Washington are in the same movie, and it's really good. And get a chance, watch Blowout or Cliffhanger. When he plays a villain, he's usually really good.
All right, we'll put that out there. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Hit us with that all-time villain. Your name goes into the hat on the Dom Show. If you're not a listener, it's okay. You can win. All-time villain. Be thinking females, too. And with China, we have enough villains here. I mean, when you think of China, what's the first thing? I'm talking about communist China now. I think of Tiananmen Square. I think really first of the NBA, something as minor as that, Daryl Morey saying free Hong Kong and the repercussions were unbelievable. Doesn't that tell you what they're willing to do? And they're willing to fight this out over hundreds of years. This is what you're up against. So is this a moment where we can diminish this? I'm not saying there people are going to revolt. I don't, it seems to be almost impossible given how they control things. But the slave labor, Apple there for years. These American, Nike is one that I think of. And their counter is, hey, you want cheap goods? Shut up if we use slave labor.
Apple's not cheap, though.
Well, they're going to say it would be a whole lot more, and they're arguing it's going to be a whole lot more now.
Well, Apple still thinks it's $19.95,
Yeah.
charging you $2,100 for a laptop at this point.
Well, it's going to be a lot more based upon what's happening right now, I think. I take your point, though. But Nike was one of the originators of this. I mentioned the Dean of Decency, Madeline Dean. The Inquirer, her husband, the bike business there, fabulously well in China. Suspect, without a doubt. All right, so 855-839-1210. Looking for an all-time villain, real or fictional, alive or dead. Stay away from the most serious. We're not going with the most grotesque in history. Yeah, maybe somebody was a little bit of an edge, a little bit off, a little bit different. And are you up for this? I mean, this is the thing we've been waiting for. How many times have we talked about this? So I'm not on board with some of these friendly countries, some of the tariff. I get some of the arguments. But with China, I'm urging Trump not to back down. I don't think he will. Now, this could be adding expense to a lot of stuff when the dust settles. What's the metric to know that we beat them back, though, that we've curtailed them? 855-839-1210. Japan, South Korea flying here to make a deal. Great. Let's get them here. Give them the presidential jet. Get them here as soon as possible. I'm hoping by the end of the week, we see some of these deals made. This will do two things. It will calm down the markets. And two, it will allow us to turn our attention toward China. Single-focused American attention to what do we have to do to at least diminish this as best we can. I'm not sure what that metric would be. What is it you'd want to see? Medicines, more than made here. And I want to see the data on that. Some of the military supplies. Now, this is an area where you can't count on Elon Musk, given the fact, he's weak on China, EVs, Tesla in China. So as much as I like a lot of the stuff he does, when it comes to China, he's not your guy. Bessent is the guy, the Treasury Secretary. It was a really smart move by Trump. All right, 855-839-1210, you get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, you just push pound 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You could not offer me a salary high enough to work for SEPTA.
That's a tough gig.
Is that worst job ever for you? I think worst job ever for me would be flight attendant. You can't throw them out, like you could if you were bartending or something.
$250,000 a year. You driving a SEPTA bus?
$250,000?
$250 a year.
How many days a week do I have to work?
You got to work 40 hours, Harry.
40? No, that's too much.
Yeah, I mean, come on, let's go, Harry. What are we doing here, all right?
Get up, Harry! Come on, let's go! Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Tariffs have made the stock market more volatile than ever before. Now, a trade war and potential recession are adding to the growing list of threats chipping away at your retirement nest egg.
Joe Greco, and I started with Crash Proof Retirement in 2012. I don't miss being in the stock market at all. The stock market is too volatile, and my Crash Proof Retirement system continues to grow. I can sleep at night without worrying about how the stock market is doing today or tomorrow or next week. You can never lose in Crash Proof your principal nor your interest. Even though the market is down by, I don't even know what the percentage is, I'm not losing anything while my friends are.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn in Chadds Ford, PA on April 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Transitioning from the military to civilian life can be a challenge, but at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, veterans are finding a career where their skills and discipline are truly valued. Anderson Mechanical isn't just a job, it's a place where veterans thrive. With a culture built on integrity and doing what's right, AMC provides a quality environment where hard work and dedication are recognized and rewarded. This company is committed to excellence, not just in the work they do, but in how they treat their employees. Learn more at amcontheweb.com. That's amcontheweb.com.
Support the Bishop Eustace Cross Country and Track and Field team. Come to Joe Contlin's Comedy Show with Chris Morris and True TV's Brendan Donegan on Friday, April 11th at the Bishop Eustace Fieldhouse. For info and tickets, go to eustace.org.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano sitting in for Dawn. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. Coming up at 11:30, our buddy Robin Schaefer. What's the latest on the whales and all the money in Jersey that Phil Murphy's spending trying to make Jersey California? And a little bit later on, Gordon Chang at 1 o'clock, China. Finally, the day has arrived. Think about it. If you're a longtime talk radio listener, anybody worth their salt has talked about this year after year. There was the Buy America movement. Some of it started with Japan. And then it became obvious that that's a different competition. With China, they literally will do anything. That's what you have to face. That's what we're up against here. And they're growing militarily. This is a Communist Chinese Party. They put, I don't even know how they do it. They make artificial islands in the Pacific and then say it's their territory. You know what they're up to. Panama Canal yesterday. Pete Hegseth, Jim, here is Hegseth. This is cut 12. And this was a smart move, kind of the opening shot, if you would, to say, get the hell out of the Panama Canal. We built it with blood, sweat, and tears, and we're not going to allow you to usurp the Panama Canal. Here's Secretary of Defense Hegseth.
This makes Panama and the United States less secure, less prosperous, and less sovereign. And as President Donald Trump has pointed out, that situation is not acceptable. We are grateful to President Molino, Minister Abrego, and your teams, along with the Panama Canal Authority, for responding to these threats and safeguarding the canal. President Molino's decision to withdraw from the Belt and Road Initiative reflects his government's clear understanding of China and the threat it poses. I want to be very clear. China did not build this canal. China does not operate this canal. And China will not weaponize this canal. Together with Panama in the lead, we will keep the canal secure and available for all nations through the deterrent power of the strongest, most effective, and most lethal fighting force in the world.
All right, so this is a warning shot here. Again, I think the president said, hey, Pete, why don't you go down to the Panama Canal because you know where we're going with China on all this. 855-839-1210. So the worst that can happen, I guess, I don't see it, China invading Taiwan, and then it's anybody's guess where this will head. That's what Rand Paul said he was thinking yesterday if we beat them too badly on trade. But it is finally time to move away from this. And I have to take your temperature on this, though. This idea, I'm not on this camp, that we're going to be making iPhones here in America, something like that. I see a great deal of difficulty with that. That's going to be the ultimate goal. But the ultimate goal is to box China in, to curtail on these things that are incredibly important, military supplies, medicines, and to let them know they're not going to continue. I mean, I think with some of these people that have been engaged in America, they've committed acts of treason, and they ought to be executed for it ultimately. These Confucius Institutes, constant theft of anything imaginable. You know, on this day, I hope the president's aware. We've had Mike Testa on this day. He's trying to get these idiots in New Jersey to get out of the contract with this group that's charging more, but they're running the tolls on the New Jersey Turnpike, and they report to the Communist Chinese military. Well, Dom, come on. What are they going to get? I don't care what they think they're going to get out of the Jersey Turnpike. They shouldn't do it. Even though Jersey's progressive, it's not the Communist Chinese Party yet. Why in the world would we do that? These are the things. There are hundreds of these. They shouldn't be able to buy land in this country, not even near military bases. You want to send a balloon over, it's going to be shot down within a second. We're not going to put up with this anymore. That's what this is about with them. Too long, they've had this hammer of what? What did they actually have that's their hammer? Well, it's going to take us a good bit to make medical supplies that quickly. And two, Americans like cheap goods. Nothing wrong with that. I'm not going to lecture people. It's fine that we like cheaper goods. But the price is too high here of what we're giving up, playing ball with the Communist Chinese Party in this manner. All right, let's go to side question. Hit us with that all-time villain. Let's go to Kevin in media on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Kevin, welcome in.
Hey, Dom, how you doing?
Good.
My all-time villain would be, and I'm a huge fan of this guy, Dom, Al Pacino as the devil in The Devil's Advocate.
Yeah, he was very good in that. Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
he was.
Yeah, very good.
I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Thank you. Thanks, Kevin. We'll put you down. Jim, you got that one? That's a very good one. Is he really a villain as Michael Corleone? Yeah, I guess in the end he is, particularly that he participated in Godfather 3. That's it.
That's the villain right there for you, is Godfather 3?
Yeah, that's it. But it gave us two of the top things about the Godfather movies. One, let us wet our beak. That's top three catchphrases. And two, the helicopter machine gunning them as they're blocked into a hotel room in AC. That was pretty good stuff.
Yeah, it was pretty good. But then the rest of it, it's just either too long or it's just dragging on. And, and the great line, too. Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in.
I don't know that makes the top 10. I kind of agree with you. Lines in The Godfather.
Yeah,
I'm not
but
sure.
I think it was more of a villain, definitely in the second movie.
Right.
Definitely a villain, which is why I totally agree with you when you say Godfather 2 is probably better than Godfather 1, because he was turning into a villain in Godfather 1. But Godfather 2, he was definitely there as a villain, especially in the end. I don't want to give it away I don't want to give it away for anybody, but
well, Dan still hasn't seen it, but we all know the thematic line from The Godfather, the three films. I debate anybody on it. There's one line. I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse.
Oh, absolutely.
That's the line. That's the whole thing that carries it. Yeah, the cannolis and all, that's all good, but
did you
I'm going
watch
to make
the Godfather Epic?
No, because I don't have Paramount and Dan's on me constantly, so maybe I'll do that.
It's not The Offer, but The Offer's really good. But there's this Godfather Epic, and somebody will quote me. I'm sure if Earl's listening, he will totally correct me on this. But when they were airing The Godfather on TV, Francis Ford Coppola was trying to make a deal. And what they did is they ran the movie in chronological order. Like they ran it first with Vito in Italy.
Right.
Then they ran part of Godfather 1 and then Godfather 2. And there's like a lot of extra footage in it as well. A lot of deleted scenes.
Mm-hmm.
About 7 hours long if you got 7 hours to kill. But it's a great movie to watch on a rainy day. But it's
Okay.
really good. It's really good.
I'll have to give it a try. All
Yeah.
right. We'll be, by the way, shameless plug, we'll be meeting some of the people that were in the Godfather 2, I think. A couple of them are still alive in Sicily. And I think all three films, I'm almost 99% certain, have multitude of scenes that were filmed in Sicily. And when we go, we'll get that tour as part of our big trip to Sicily. By the way, on the garlic thing, I'm not going to put up on Twitter. I'm doing 2 shows that I have not. Are you concerned? We had that footage this morning. The senator talking about the Chinese growing garlic with raw sewage. Okay? I don't check the garlic we get. Ro doesn't use garlic that much except for aioli, and then we get into the debate, is that the way you say it? But if I found that garlic's from China, yeah, I don't trust them with anything. Literally. I would like to be the China czar. I wake up, I don't go to sleep more than 3 hours a day till this is over. Every day. How am I going to push back against them? What am I doing today to at least irk them, if not push them back? I'm tired of this stuff. Oh, come on. We got to bring them into the family. They're not into the family of nations. They only want to be in the family of nations to enslave the family of nations. Until their government changes, that's what they're about. Putin isn't as big of a threat as the Chinese are. So if you heard the garlic story today, talking about the fact that something as simple as garlic coming from communist China, I don't know why I didn't think it came from communist China, is often grown in raw sewage. I'm not surprised. I wouldn't put anything past them. When you come after us just because of Daryl Morey saying free Hong Kong, it tells you what you're up against here. So they're going to test. They're not going to roll over in this. The only thing that concerns me in this is TikTok. I want them out of TikTok. And this probably is not going to happen for a while now, have an American cup. I mean, look at what they do with TikTok. We got to get away from this. Oh, maybe we can live with TikTok. No, we're not going to live with TikTok unless it's an American company. They are corrupting American kids. They are pushing propaganda that is completely false up and down the line. They're spying on us with it. They're a menace. They're a big menace. It's hard to give all this stuff up, but that's exactly what they are. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Hit us with a villain, too, at the end of your call. Robin Schaefer, our buddy at the Jersey Shore, wrote a big piece the other day. Is it over with the whales, electric cost, Phil Murphy? And Phil Murphy's goal, still in his remaining time, is to turn Jersey into California. And Jersey is turning into what? I would say Jersey is possibly turning into Florida, meaning that's where it's moving, relatively moderate to conservative, particularly on the issue of illegal immigration. By the way, our buddy Scott Presler yesterday texted me, and he said, hey, I'm making up my calendar for the stretch run here. I just want to know, what's the Mulligan's date? Dom Giordano Day on the 20th. He wants to be in big time. He's got all kinds of things coming with that. So I'm giving you a lot of notice. It's over 2 months. Mark that one down. Be ready for that. 855-839-1210. Your call's next on Talk Radio 1210.
Weather sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
Below average temperatures remain in the forecast through the rest of the week. Plenty of sunshine today, less windy. High temperature a good 10 degrees below average at 52. Tonight becoming partly cloudy, not as cold, low 38 for the city, colder in the suburbs. And for Thursday, mostly cloudy, chance for some showers late in the day with a high 54.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Warning, this is not my average commercial. Today, I'm a thorn in the side of bad timeshare exit companies. Over the years, I've seen way too many exit companies pop up, take people's money, and disappear like a bad magic trick. I even saw an ad from a new exit company started by a couple bozos that used to work for me. My advice: don't hire the bozos I fire. If you really want out of your timeshare, contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group. Look, you've heard me on the radio for almost a decade now, and our proven process has helped over 45,000 families get out of their timeshare permanently. Call my office for your free timeshare exit kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-746-3737. 800-746-3737. 800-746-3737.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati. These models with such sleek new designs and innovative features, powered by the very latest in technology. And they have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles right now available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them, piazzapremiumautos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Get ready for spring by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com for their showroom in Hatfield.
It's official. Newsmax has become a news giant. It's even listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Over 40 million Americans regularly turn to Newsmax for the news they need to know. They're tuning into the Newsmax channel on all major cable systems. They watch Newsmax 2 on all streaming platforms. They go online to Newsmax.com for breaking headlines. Millions more have downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphone and home TV. Reuters says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. Tens of millions of Americans like you have made the switch to Newsmax for the news they can trust. So make the switch today. You won't ever look back.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. Villains today, China Day. The House having a hearing on crime in sanctuary cities. Trump administration on 1,000 fronts is pushing back. I have a bunch of them today, noon until 3 also. But Robin Schaefer, our guy at the Jersey Shore, Ocean City, has been one of the driving forces around a story that makes us feel good about talk radio. How listeners, at least 2, if not 3 years ago, moved by seeing those dead whales and other mammals wash up at the Jersey Shore in a united front with a lot of people protesting, supporting, fundraising, were able to push back to where we are now. So where we are now plays into the governor's race. It should play into it big time. What progressives, what Democrats have done here, in addition to a million other things, ought to be enough to kick them out, every single one of them. So Robin wrote a piece recently about how this was all part of making Jersey California. Phil Murphy has actually said this sort of stuff. And isn't it kind of funny now at this point, at least when Trump was on the ballot, if anything, it became more like a Florida maybe. It's not a red state, maybe not even quite Florida, but certainly a lot more mixed than it's ever been. Is that just Trump? Or is there something else here that's afoot that can move the ball, say, in the governor's race? All right, let's go to Robin Schaefer here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robin, welcome back.
Hey, Dom, great to join you at a different hour today.
Yes, it's been tomorrow will be the 6th day of this for Dawn. So, yeah, what the heck? It's great exposure.
We're working a little overtime.
Yeah, exactly, yes. Robin, this Californization of New Jersey, that was Phil Murphy's goal, and it's ending more disastrously. California's got such natural resources. You can screw it up a bit. But Jersey, this is screwed up beyond belief. So bottom line, what's the outcome now of what he was engaged in? Are they stopping a bit? Have they been diminished a bit?
So the piece was about the Californication of New Jersey. And Californication is a great song, but it's not something that millions of New Jerseyans bargained for. It's not something that we wanted. We saw it throughout the Murphy years. Unfortunately, we're coming to the end of his administration, but we saw it with the COVID mandates. We out in California have Gavin Newsom going to French Laundry when people weren't allowed to leave their houses. In New Jersey, you had Phil Murphy leaving the state and going to his villa in Italy when we weren't allowed to leave the state. And people were dying in nursing homes. We put COVID patients, sick COVID patients into nursing homes. And then he basically was throwing a bone to his friends and supporters and donors to build these massive offshore wind facilities in New Jersey. Spent billions in chasing this reckless energy source. And fortunately, New Jerseyans stood up. Groups like Protect Our Coast New Jersey, thousands of people came out in protest. We had great support from people like Jeff Van Drew, our great congressman, and President Trump got engaged, and we drove them off. But at the end of the day, we lost so much. We're over $2 billion in lost opportunity in the state of New Jersey. That money could have been spent for so many other things. And now, as utility rates continue to rise, we're all paying the price of what could have been. Instead of closing down 6 working power plants during his term in office, those plants could have been producing cheap, reliable energy. Phil Murphy was out there trying to build windmills in the ocean and kill whales and destroy fisheries and hurt tourism. I mean, it's ludicrous. And
so Robin, let me ask now, where we are at this point, how does this play out in the governor's race? Because we're not into the general election yet. But is this going to be front and center? Affordability is the argument. I see how it plays into that. I'm hoping people don't forget this because every Democrat is tarred with it, was involved in it in one way or another.
I don't see how anybody can, when they're opening up their electric bills starting in June, will be able to forget about it. electric bills are going to go up by 20% on average across the entire state. So whether you're, middle income or a small business owner or working class family in New Jersey, you're going to feel the pain. And not only that, there's a cascade effect because when you think about it, property taxes in many municipalities across the state are going up because cities have to pay to all these fixed costs. Electricity is a major cost for townships and for school districts. So where I live in Ocean City, we're seeing the second straight year of property tax increases, significant property tax increases, and a big part of that are these fixed costs. The inflation in the utilities is really a driving factor behind that. So when you getting back to what you were saying about the governor's race, I don't see how the Democrats are going to be able to run away from the fact that they supported Phil Murphy's misguided efforts to bring unaffordable electricity to New Jersey. And not only that, but you got to look at some other lost opportunities that were caused by Phil Murphy. While kids were forced to learn about the climate crisis across all curricula, and I know this is an area that's near and dear to your heart and mine as well as a former educator, is kids are literally learning about the climate crisis in PE and health and science and history, and they're not learning to be better readers, writers, and math students. So think about all that the lost time and instruction in teaching kids to be fearful of this devastating climate catastrophe. And it's no wonder that New Jersey has seen our test scores on national reading and math tests plummet during the Murphy administration. New Jersey used to be right at the top, pinnacle, when Murphy took over. He took over a great education system, and he has, again, turn us into California, and it's a shame. It's a real shame.
Without a doubt. Parting area for you too. Immigration in New Jersey. Are you a believer that some of the polling is unbelievable associated with Trump, how Jersey has turned on illegal immigration? I'm talking we're approaching 60, 65% that are pretty much solidly against that. And again, I don't know how Democrats counter that in the general election.
I don't either. I think that in their hearts, in the hearts of New Jerseyans, on an individual basis, we love people from all over the world. We love immigrants, but we love immigrants that come in the right way. And I think that where it really hurts, I mean, will hurt Democrats, I believe, in the upcoming election, is that they've supported all these massive payouts to people who came into the country through illegal channels, and that's another drain on the budget. Murphy's put forward another massive increase in spending in his most recent budget, and we need to be looking at common sense, using common sense. Following Trump's lead, I mean, he's done what he's doing at the federal level needs to be replicated at the state level. I keep saying we need a Doge for New Jersey. We need a Doge in the townships.
Well, now wait a minute. We do have it. And I like those assembly people that came on, but Robin, they haven't responded now. Turn up the heat on them. We want to get them back on. Remember, the one was the delivered DoorDash for $400,000 just for dinners for football players at Rutgers. Yeah, that's a good start. Give it to us. That's got to be in this governor's race. People get a nugget like that, they move on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's there are some serious winning issues out there, and I think this race is going to be up for grabs for sure. There's some great people running. Jack Citarelli is a phenomenal guy and has the experience and from a policy perspective, you couldn't ask for a better person to be running. And I also, if I could, I just wanted to say there's also some big news that we is just hot off the presses today. We engaged with Mike Donahue, and I know Mike's been on your show before, and he has just written an amicus brief to the Supreme Court for us on behalf of Protect Our Coast, New Jersey, and we filed an amicus on a case against Vineyard Wind up off of Massachusetts. So we're continuing our fight in other areas. What we want to do is that case has to do with fishermen that are suing Vineyard Wind. It's Seafreeze shoreside that is the case. But we'll be posting that on our website. We will be putting out a press release later today on that, and it's exciting exciting stuff. We're fighting offshore wind well beyond our borders up in New York, in President Trump's own backyard. Believe it or not, they are literally dumping tons of rock for the foundations of offshore wind pilings that are scheduled to start being put in May. Now, I know the president doesn't want this to happen. We're trying to get as much attention placed on this as possible because in this particular area is especially sensitive in terms of our national security. The Coast Guard, their ability to do search and rescue up in that area, it would be incredibly damaging to the fisheries in that area as well, and hurtful to commercial and recreational fishermen alike. And if they start building, if they actually start this pile driving in May, the whales are going to start. Unfortunately, they're going to start dying again, and we don't want to see that. So we hope your listeners will pay attention, and we're going to keep up the fight until Trump's promise of stopping offshore wind 100% in the U.S. comes true.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you very much, as always.
All right, great to be on. Thanks.
Robin Schaefer here on Talk Radio 1210, 855-839-1210. You can jump in. We'll get Henry's coming up. Give us that villain of yours. Gordon Chang on China Day. Can't have a better guest in the country. 1 o'clock today. You have to hear that. How vulnerable are they? Where are the vulnerabilities to push back on them, to remove them from at least being on 1 to 10? They're at a 10 on aggression. What is it that can be done? And can we get medical supplies to be made in the United States, say within a year and a half, a year? Is that doable or is that impossible? These are the real things coming out of this. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places that I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride, you'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good for all of us.
I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking for a dentist that you can trust? Then you need to have my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I've been telling you for 10 years that patients come to Dr. Bentz from all over the area. Beyond that, they come from other states. The woman from Ocean City I've told you about. It's because they make you feel at home and take care quickly and conveniently. Don't put it off. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949, and visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Your 401k goes up and down. That's fine when you're 40, but not when you're 60. Find out how to protect your hard-earned money. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 267-692-6136. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 267-692-6136. That's 267-692-6136.
President Trump is making New Jersey safer, securing the border and deporting dangerous criminals. And he's getting no help from Phil Murphy and Trenton Democrats. I'm Jack Chittarelli. That all changes when I'm governor. On day one, we'll end Murphy's sanctuary state and ban sanctuary cities. We'll work with ICE and take the handcuffs off our police to keep our communities safe. It's time Trenton Democrats realize we need to protect our communities. When I'm governor, we will.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor Inc., 99 Gray Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Steel walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel. Let's go mow.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
All right, you're with Dom in for Dawn. Tomorrow, same thing. Here on Talk Radio 1210. And coming up, as I said, China Day. And China retaliating 84%. We have some great stuff on YouTube, including this parody they put out of what they say the average American worker can't do, in addition to which is sit behind a counter. They're too obese. The Chinese are better at this than the Russians. They're more ham-handed. But are Americans going to rally and say, you know what, that's it. This is the target. This is real. We see the stuff that they do every day. What will they do? Gordon Chang, I just saw on Twitter, will be here at 1 o'clock, says now is the time, better than ever, finally, to hit China hard. And the news this morning, it looks like Japan, South Korea, which are very helpful, and a bunch of others are actually flying here. I'm not sure if they're going to be here tomorrow or not. Sooner rather than later, let's get the deals done with them. Then these others are going to fall in line. The EU looks to be one of the first. And then singular focus on China. The markets have been steadier today. I haven't seen the last half hour. But yesterday, it went downhill, even though it had been great in the morning. All right, we got a bunch of other things, too, to update you on. The Real ID, the people having trouble when they go to do Real ID are women. I'll explain why in the next segment coming up, why women are the ones going, what the hell's up with this? I go through all this trouble, and I still can't get a Real ID, which, again, Josh Shapiro is not moving on making it easier for people to do this. My advice would be wait. Now, if you know for a certitude you're going to be getting on a plane, then complying with May 7th may be in your interest, or you're going to be going into federal buildings. But short of that, wait until this blows over a bit and then strike and go in if that's what you want to do. I think a passport, even though more costly, is a much easier alternative than dealing with this. I don't know why almost anybody would deal with this. Anybody know why you would do that? Is it just cost of having that? Or is it, with a passport every 10 years? Not sure why you would prefer that over a passport. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You could not offer me a salary high enough to work for SEPTA.
That's a tough gig.
Is that worst job ever for you? I think worst job ever for me would be flight attendant. You can't throw them out, like you could if you were bartending or something.
$250,000 a year. You driving a SEPTA bus?
$250,000?
$250 a year.
How many days a week do I have to work?
You got to work 40 hours, Harry.
40?
Yeah,
no, that's too much.
Yeah, I mean, come on, let's go, Harry. What are we doing here, all right?
Get up, Harry! Come on, let's go!
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very... Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Amazon has canceled orders for a wide range of products made in China and other Asian countries, including beach chairs, scooters, air conditioners, and other items. That's according to a document seen by Bloomberg suggesting Amazon is reducing its tariff exposure. And thanks to tariffs, prices for lumber, hardware, flooring, plumbing fixtures, appliances, everything needed to build a new home are rising. Industry data tracker John Burns Research says the new tariffs mean a cost increase of nearly $13,000 per home, a challenge for national builders, but potentially devastating for local builders operating on thin profit margins. Comcast's Universal Theme Park is ready to make a splash in the UK, building its first facility there. The park will be built in Bedford, just north of London. Comcast has gotten nearly 500 acres of land for the park. Construction is expected to start next year. This is part of Comcast's global expansion plans. The company is opening a $7 billion theme park in Orlando next month. Kimberly Adams, Bloomberg Radio.
Do you want a new opportunity with great pay, benefits, and a team that cares? Stockwell Elastomerics, a 106-year-old employee-owned company in Philadelphia, the city of winners, is hiring sales engineers and motivated manufacturing workers, skilled or eager to learn, day or night shifts. Their employee stock ownership program lets you become an owner, not just an employee. At Stockwell Elastomerics, you're not just joining a workplace, you're joining a family. Apply at stockwell.com. Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code FAST. swishradio.com, code FAST.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time. You can get in at 855-839-1210. It is China Day. The big story, I'm going to YouTube alert, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. Two back-to-back on YouTube. First, the Real ID thing, just coming to the conclusion, this rush, maybe people are figuring this out. Wait until it's over. Just realize if something comes up, though, you need a particular building or plane or whatever, you're probably not going to get on board. Women, though, having trouble, I read extensively last night in Pennsylvania, because of their maiden name, the shift. There's a period here, there's not a period. The woman was married, remarried. This is insane. And several people, I'm reading the Pittsburgh papers saying, we're good citizens. Why do we have to go through this when you have people roaming the country that should not be here? We can't have voter ID. Why in the world put people through this? Because it's like a machine. It started up. It's false security. We're going to stop people that mean evil here. Good. Then let's go after people that are illegal criminal aliens up and down the line. Everybody ought to be supporting that. Josh Shapiro does not. Why bother American citizens with something like this? It's the same thing. Take your shoes off, all the nonsense in the airports. Okay, are you profiling, though? If you're not doing profiling, I'm talking about professional profiling. We've been through this a million times. If you're not doing that, why would I inconvenience Americans then? You can't take your shoes off? You can't profile is my response? Let's do something effective. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. All right, so first, this whole China thing. Now, this was more, this will be cut 13, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. This was more NAFTA, Al Gore debating at one point H. Ross Perot. Then it was Perot in the ring with Bill Clinton and George Bush in the presidential debate, which his presence, and he had a shot to win until he was shown to be crazy. The immortal words even then, This is well before China. It was just Mexico mainly. About that giant whoosh sound that we see. Those are the jobs going to Mexico. Here's a little bit from that presidential debate.
And I think the first question is over here.
Yes, I'd like to direct my question to Mr. Perot. What will you do as president to open foreign markets to fair competition from American business and here at home from foreign countries so that we can bring jobs back to the United States?
That's right at the top of my agenda. We've shipped millions of jobs overseas, and we have a strange situation because we have a process in Washington where after you've served for a while, you cash in, become a foreign lobbyist, make $30,000 a month, then take a leave, work on presidential campaigns, make sure you got good contacts, and then go back out. Now, if you just want to get down to brass tacks, first thing you ought to do is get all these folks who've got these one-way trade agreements that we've negotiated over the years and say, fellas, we'll take the same deal we gave you. And they'll gridlock right at that point because, for example, we've got international competitors who simply could not unload their cars off the ships if they had to comply. You see, if it was a two-way street, just couldn't do it. We have got to stop sending jobs overseas. To those of you in the audience who are business people, pretty simple. If you're paying $12, $13, $14 an hour for factory workers, and you can move your factory south of the border, pay $1 an hour for labor, hire a young 25, that's assuming you've been in business for a long time, you've got a mature workforce. Pay $1 an hour for your labor, have no health care, that's the most expensive single element, making a car, have no environmental controls, no pollution controls, and no retirement, and you don't care about anything but making money, there will be a giant sucking sound going south. So if the people send me to Washington, the first thing I'll do is study that 2,000-page agreement and make sure it's a two-way street. One last point here. I decided I was dumb and didn't understand it, so I called a who's who of the folks who've been around it. And I said, why won't everybody go south? They said, we'll be disruptive. I said, for how long? I finally got them up for 12 to 15 years. And I said, well, how does it stop being disruptive? And that is when their jobs come up from $1 an hour to $6 an hour and ours go down to $6 an hour, then it's leveled again. But in the meantime, you've wrecked the country with these kinds of deals. We've got to cut it out.
Thank you, Mr. Perot.
All right, not exactly Trumpian, but sort of disruptive. And he could have won the presidency. Then a lot of nuttiness came in. At one point, he was ahead. I know it's hard to believe. That's how riled up people were even then, 1992-ish, 33 years ago. All right, so I'm coming to the calls here, 855-839-1210. Here's the other one now. This is short, youtube.com/1210WPHT. And this is a parody that the Chinese using AI, and they're better at it than the Russians. The Russians are horrible. It's a visual of their vision of what it will be like if Americans try to make products like sewing stuff and iPhones and all that here. They have this guy who's morbidly obese in the first few frames, diddling away there at trying to do what they're doing around the clock with slave labor, or almost slave labor, in China. Here's the visual. Yeah, the music too plays into this. And when you see it, should that enrage Americans? Or should we say, yeah, this is what they think. They're laughing about this, and they think there's nothing we can do. Do they really think that, particularly with the Trump there? You know, I'm going to really press Gordon Chang a bit to see if he can answer several people today speaking out. I told you Bessent, the Treasury Secretary. Look, the more this guy is talking, the better the markets are, the better the situation is. The more Navarro and Lutnick are out there, the worse it is. It's pretty simple. I've called this for a week. Why is this so hard? Now, this is the guy who attacked in a previous life when he was in private. He's a hedge fund guy, was able to successfully attack the Bank of England. And there's all kinds of stories out there today that he's poised to push back on the Bank of China. So much so, Zero Hedge and others reporting, China is meeting with several people about this. Now, that would be huge. I'm not saying it's not fraught with consequence, but I'm just saying this is the guy. The big thing I'm looking for out of all this with China, medical supplies. I'm looking to see if that gets jump-started. We need to see that in the next couple months. President Trump putting tariffs on medical supplies now. That's the thing during COVID that should have shocked all of us. We know about the cheap goods and all that. And let's face it, with some of that, we're not going to be able to do it over the period of time. But medical, yeah, definitely. And just the idea that they are going to continue to pillage and there's nothing the world can do about it. All right, let me go to Spencer to start off here in Havertown. Spencer's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Spencer, afternoon to you.
Hey, I'm laughing because I'm on my way to try to solve my real ID problem right now. If I could tell you like how crazy this whole thing is.
Yeah, tell us.
So I'm I have a trip with my wife planned next month. I ain't paying any attention to the real ID stuff. I'm taking a flight. I saw it. I was like, what am I going to do? Went to go get my real ID online. I'm in my 40s now, so I can't do it online because it was before 2003. So then I got to go get my passport, right? That's the only other option I have unless I want to stand in line for 4 hours at King of Prussia, which is what I'm hearing. I don't know if that's what you've heard.
Oh, yeah. And not only that, Spencer, on top of this, they're very persnickety. The slightest thing off here, there, or whatever, there are no exceptions, which is phony security. They're bothering American citizens with stuff that's unnecessary here. That's what's going on.
Right. So by the grace of God, I found an appointment on Monday for right now. I'm literally on my way to get my passport updated. Well, because I let my passport expire more than 5 years ago, I got to go in person to get a new one. And so, I'm going to be shelling out $250 today to get my passport expedited so I can get on this plane in 3-4 weeks. Crazy.
Yeah, it is. Now, I would say, if you're lucky on a Monday, they supposedly are just dwelling on doing this on Mondays with PennDOT. But my fear is you get there, you try to comply with everything, and you still get thwarted. That's what's happening. And the waits could be 2, 3, 4 hours. God knows.
Yeah, sure. And I got to work. So if I could get stuck, I do a work from home day, I get stuck at the real ID place for 3 hours versus, I'm shelling out the money. I'll have my passport for 10 years, but it's still just a total pain and ridiculous and not something I should be having to do as an American citizen.
That's exactly right. That's the critical point here, Spencer. And who are the people behind this? Well, it's any number of them. I can't just say progressives, but there's some Republicans that were behind this, and it's fraudulent. It's phony. We have people walking around that are here illegally. We don't have voter ID. You shouldn't have to pay all this money just to be able to get on a plane.
Right. Say a prayer for me that I got all my paperwork in line and I get this thing and I'm good to go.
Let's hope. Thank you, Spencer. Good luck.
All right, see you.
All right. So, look, expediting and doing that. I mean, I'm already, for our trip to Sicily, going to go and get mine in April, the passport. I'm not going to get the real ID. And I would say if you feel you're being told at work or whatever, see if there's leeway to do it after May 7th. But what we're seeing now is not good. And I resent it. Yeah, I do resent this nonsense. I have to go back because some of this started in 2005 and see who are the Republicans that signed off on this. If you don't have voter ID, if you're not making an effort to go after potential terrorists / illegal immigration, then why in the world are you torturing American citizens? I always say it comes back to because they can. Because what are you going to do about it is the issue. I wish Republicans would push back even harder on this. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit me with that all-time villain. I gave you a couple of females trying to broaden it out. Now, remember, we're not taking Hitler, Stalin, anything mass like that.
Oh, well, there go all my answers.
Okay, well, it's a fun category. I would say a Manson because of I was going to throw him in. Okay, because of the craziness, but he did murder a pregnant woman, the baby, and all that. You see, we try to
keep it lighter.
Yeah, we try to have church and state here, unless it's rare that we're not doing the every day. Then every answer would be somebody who was significant in doing something usually negative, and it'd be no fun. So, Henry, how about yours? What do you think?
Yeah, so I'll take two today as we transition from the winter sports season to the spring sports season.
Okay.
I figured I'd take one from each. If you're a fan of college basketball, more specifically the Big East and maybe even Villanova, I think you'll agree with me on this one. Phil Almquist in the other studio might not, but that would be UConn men's head basketball coach Dan Hurley. I respect him as a coach. I think he's very good at what he does. I cannot stand the antics and the yelling and the screaming and the crying, going, I'm the best coach in the game, jawing with Creighton fans. And you know what? I'm glad they got their comeuppance in the Big East tournament, and I'm glad they choked the game away second round versus Florida, because it won me a lot of money in the end.
Well, he needs to have the other coach get into it with him, and this guy needs to be dusted up. He is obnoxious.
Yeah, and there's only a few in the sport that are still, hard yellers like that. So we'll have to see if they ever get matched up. The other one I'll take is a fictional villain, but plays golf, and I figure, with the Masters obviously being this weekend, let's do Shooter McGavin, the villain from Happy Gilmore. Obviously, he bought Happy's grandmother's house just out of spite, and did his best to make sure Happy Gilmore would not win on the tour. So, yeah, I think that's a good one to start off the show.
Is Happy Gilmore 2 out there yet?
Oh, I don't know if that's out yet.
I think it's going to be bad. They had enough material for one. It was interesting, particularly the fight with Bob Barker.
Yeah.
But Happy Gilmore 2, I don't know. How long you can do this stuff.
Right.
We'll see.
30-year gap. What is he going to pummel Drew Carey now?
Is it that much, yeah?
Oh, yeah. What was that, 1995? Yeah.
Well, I didn't know
96 maybe?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so hit us with that all-time villain. Coming up, what percentage of leftist progressives, this is a big story out there today, believe it's justifiable to assassinate President Trump on Blue Sky, the app Blue Sky? And where is this being fed? The numbers. And it's not just Trump. It's Elon Musk. It's any number of people. And Democrats still are allowed not to step up. What they would do if they wanted to help with this is hold a news conference together, the major Democrats, and call this stuff out. That's what the media would say if it was this apparent among people on the right. 855-839-1210. You get a line with Dom and Henry on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride. You'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good for all of us.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Transitioning from the military to civilian life can be a challenge, but at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, veterans are finding a career where their skills and discipline are truly valued. Anderson Mechanical isn't just a job, it's a place where veterans thrive. With a culture built on integrity and doing what's right, AMC provides a quality environment where hard work and dedication are recognized and rewarded. This company is committed to excellence, not just in the work they do, but in how they treat their employees. Learn more at AMConline.com. amcontheweb.com. That's amcontheweb.com.
Your roof isn't just shingles and nails, it's an investment in your home's future. Hi, this is Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. At Emmons, we use and install only top-tier roofing and siding materials that help boost your home's curb appeal and help your home's resale value. As you know, the most expensive project is the one you have to do twice, so get the job done right the first time with Emmons. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom time. Dom to Giordano show, 855-839-1210. So the Network Contagion Research Institute. Quite a mouthful. Get the word contagion there. Contagion, we talk about in public opinion. People start seeing something, and suddenly it becomes a thing that everybody sees the same thing. They recently issued a new report which found that a growing number of people are willing to justify and even applaud killing in the name of politics and a warped sense of social justice. The chilling change appears to have accelerated in recent months. Joel Finkelstein, one of the lead authors, says, what was formerly taboo culturally has become acceptable, more so on the left. We're seeing a clear shift, glorification, increasing attempts, changing norms. So in this one, it's quite an extensive thing. It's not just a Mickey Mouse thing. The clown that shot the health executive is an example. But they say in their survey, 55% of leftists believe it's justifiable to assassinate President Trump thanks to apps like Blue Sky, where it's a contagion, where it's ripe with this stuff. Now, you have people on the right that come up with justification, Twitter, things of that nature. We get it. But what this guy's saying is, with a lot of data, this is more extreme than anything that we've seen. And a lot of it is the same kind of manifesto as maybe the Unabomber or the healthcare killer, alleged. And particularly when it comes to Trump, Musk, and maybe others. Media not going to report on this, not going to talk about it, not going to get to the bottom of it. And again, if you want to say, let's take a look at the conservative side, they did. It doesn't match up. Sure, there are people there too, threatening, doing all kinds of things that are dangerous. But this is a big number. That's how they're seeing this. And as the president takes on China here, it's going to be very interesting to see what Democrats push back on with this. Elizabeth Warren, we played it to you in Dawn's show. She's immediately saying she's going to attack corporate America, not just Trump, and say price gouging. That's what they're going to be engaged in. This is an old standby. So which side are Democrats on with this whole thing? Any number of them were for tariffing. Any number of them want to push back on these issues usually, but they never had the guts to take on China. That's why I think this is the biggest day out of all this. This is a big, big day. And again, what is it we'll look back on and say the goal should be? I gave you some of them with China. I'll ask that of Gordon Chang. That's my major question. How do we know we've won on this with China? They're not going to get rid of China. They're not going to revolt. I don't see that happening anytime soon. But what is it that can rein them in? What is it that would be acceptable? So Trump says 104%. They come back with 84%. Is he going to ratchet that up? Wow. And, the cheap goods thing, how is that going to hurt Americans in the supply chain? This is the one that's necessary, though. That's the bottom line. I don't see the other. I know some people think that's just, I don't see the other. I get the pass-through countries. You don't want China to be able to exploit the system, get their products through certain countries, maybe Vietnam, and evade the tariffs. Okay. But what I'm saying is now we're starting to see settlements. South Korea, Japan flying here, I think today, maybe by the weekend, it's wrapped up with them. We start to see that. That's progress. And then the battle with China is going to go on for a while. All right, let me go to, let's see. Let's go to Charles in Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Charles.
Hey, brother, you get my blood pressure up. Love the station. You guys are dead on all the time, every one of you.
Well, thank you, Charles, very much.
Everything you talk about, I'm just yelling in the background. You can't hear me. I'm like, yeah, you tell it.
We can hear it. We can feel it. Yeah.
I just called about the women and the real ID just briefly. A friend of mine who was divorced back in the 80s, if any little detail is off, like you mentioned, they got to jump through hoops. So you got to go to vital statistics and get your papers and this and that. It's a royal pain in the you-know-what. I haul hazmat for a living. I have to get FBI background. I have to take tests. I got all kind of ID credentials, airport crap, and they're making it where we got to get it. And I'm like, well, if what I got is not real ID, what the crap is, I mean,
no, that's a great point.
All nonsense.
It is redundant. It is nonsensical as long as these other things. And I was hoping, but Charles, you never get this, that the women's groups would be the one going, come on now. You can't be holding these women up on something, a divorce 28 years ago. They're remarried. There's a letter off here and there. You got to be kidding me.
It's a problem. We had to settle for a regular license, and, she's 73, so she ain't going to be flying probably, but that's not the point. It's a pain in the butt. As you mentioned, you got all these people coming in, no ID to vote, all this nonsense. I got credentials out the yin-yang, and they want more, but anyway, support you and your station, and thank you for being there. Thank you all for what y'all say and do, and thank God for you.
Thank you, Charles. Mutual. Thank you very much. Now, we do hear you. And I hear you, too, sometimes when there's a dust-up here, too. I'm fine with that. We've had some dust-ups. But, women, particularly if divorce, remarriage is involved, are really having to go through hoops with this. So how can you support that when these other things are not in play? Or a guy like Charles who has X, Y, and Z, why this? Well, we got to be tighter on security. Surely you realize, okay, why not profile? Are we profiling at airports? Well, that's discriminatory. No, it's not. We've been through this how many times about police profiling? What's legitimate? How it can be done? The Israelis, world class. I have flown El Al. World class at doing it in a way that you don't even seem to know, but they're profiling. Why in the world would we have to go through these hoops, but then not do that or have voter ID? And the very people pushing this, I mean, come on, Josh Shapiro, we have money for everything else. At least open up to evening hours, weekends for people that want to do it. Is it any wonder we're only at 26% with this? I mean, I would say your two options in the end, wait until after May 7th. Pick a timeline where you think the lines may not be too long, and or the passport. I filled out my license last week, and I said, do I really want to go through the real ID thing, et cetera? I'm going to need a passport anyhow. We're going to Sicily. I've had a passport for the last 30 or 40 years. I know where it is. I keep it there, et cetera. Why in the world would I want a real ID? this will be valid. And the military, there are some military people have told me, even though they have certain credibility, they were challenged going to this. And again, PennDOT, you have some bureaucrats that are pretty difficult on things. You don't want to run into them. You don't want to waste those hours. Not only that, if you get inside the PennDOT office, then they got to take you. They got to put on extra hours that they let you in there to do this. Yeah, well, it took 3 hours, so you're out of luck. You can't do that to people. They're trying to comply. One woman in the Pittsburgh paper said, I don't understand. We're good citizens. We're trying to comply with this. I think she was divorced, or she may have been married twice, divorced once. And it was all kinds of hell because of that. Really? Why would America want to do that for this? Is that really security? We know what security is. The border. People here that are terrorists. The guy at Columbia. This guy strikes again today. What kind of country is this? Just because I support Hamas, et cetera, and have harassed, maybe even physically, Jewish students. Why in the world would I be kicked out? The sooner this guy gets kicked out, I have to have a bottle of wine that day. Not the whole bottle, maybe half. It's worth it. All right,
a nice big glass, at least.
He's a 2-glass, giant glass. The goblets, throwing him back. That's what we need.
We got a chalice in here.
Yeah, I mean, I would drive this guy to the, that's an old line, carry his bags, do whatever, drive him to the airport. I'd like to be at least riding there with the police as they take him out of the country. 855-839-1210. 55% left-leaning respondents say Trump's murder would be justified. Assassination culture rising. Got to get this guy on the show to lay out several of the things they found with this. And they did talk to right groups, and they said, yeah, there's some disturbing stuff there, but nothing like this. And it's driven by the same thing we saw with the United Healthcare guy. Look, the United Healthcare guy, there were grievances there that people have, but to lionize this guy for executing him on a New York street. Kavanaugh, the guy that flew, did you know this, all the way from California? I don't know how he had a gun and ammo in his possession and got through the airport. Maybe he didn't have real ID. He yesterday pleaded guilty to wanting to assassinate Judge Kavanaugh, of all people. I mean, Kavanaugh. It's hardly the most striking judge, and he faces up to life imprisonment. We'll see what he gets. He's the guy that drove there. They caught him on the street near Kavanaugh's house looking to kill Kavanaugh. You don't hear that reported. Finally, and that's years ago, pleaded guilty yesterday to doing that exact thing. And he said it was because of Kavanaugh's position on abortion and guns. I mean, Kavanaugh is not a lightning rod guy like some Supreme Court justices, really. All right, 855-839-1210. You get a line. You're with Dom. We mentioned it earlier because of the garlic thing. I think they're going to have Sicilian garlic, if there is such a thing, in Italy when we're there, because we are going. Get your passports. Get ready. We are going to one of the places that is the most mentioned on earth. This is the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. And of course, when we head to Europe, we're only going to go with the best tour operator you can find anywhere, Conservative Tours. 5544, including airfare, the dining events, the wine. They are legendary. They know all the good spots. They have it all set up. We'll see bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. We'll enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from all three movies. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. The crown jewel of Sicily, I'm told, Taormina. We'll see you there, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. Sicily is ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. Savoca, big on our list. Call 888-733-9494.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
You could not offer me a salary high enough to work for SEPTA.
That's a tough gig.
Is that worst job ever for you? I think worst job ever for me would be flight attendant. You can't throw them out, like you could if you were bartending or something.
$250,000 a year. You driving a SEPTA bus?
$250,000?
$250 a year.
How many days a week do I have to work?
You got to work 40 hours, Harry.
40?
Yeah,
No, that's too much.
Yeah, I mean, come on, let's go, Harry. What are we doing here, all right?
Get up, Harry! Come on, let's go!
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Weather sponsored by the Gift of Life Donor Program.
Below average temperatures remain in the forecast through the rest of the week. Plenty of sunshine today, less windy. High temperature a good 10 degrees below average at 52. Tonight becoming partly cloudy, not as cold, low 38 for the city, colder in the suburbs. And for Thursday, mostly cloudy, chance for some showers late in the day with a high 54.
Join Gift of Life for the 28th Annual Donor Dash, Sunday, April 27th at the Philadelphia Navy Yard. Promote the life-saving importance of organ and tissue donation by participating in the 5K or 10K run or the 3K walk. Register today at donors1.org.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is time. Welcome in Secretary Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, just saying, hey, take a look at the map. Japan, South Korea flying in to negotiate reciprocal tariffs. China is surrounded. Now, China still has Vietnam. And again, I get the pass-through stuff. The point, the legitimate point is don't be looking, say with Vietnam. Are we going to have a trade deficit with Vietnam? Yes, because we buy bigger things or more consumers. So there, you're not going to see that they're tilting anything. You got to watch them as the pass-through, though, for China. That's the element to be worked out there. So I'm hoping this is pro forma that Japan and South Korea get it. Trump means business here. Protection of U.S. military, every card. And we're going to see that by the end of the week or over the weekend that they have some kind of deal. Once that's in place, you have the framework to take on China. I'm looking, I can't even see any Democrats today lecturing us about taking on China. No xenophobia, none of that being said, but the day is young. They're mainly attacking corporations and say they're going to engage in price gouging. That's where we're seeing this go. All right, also, the Real ID follies updated. Wait until after May 7th. Get a passport. That's going to be more expensive. But if you have a period of time to wait, 6 weeks, whatever it is, to get yours, do it. And then you'll be all set. You want to go through this now, though. It's craziness from what I can tell. And particularly for women. That's the thing. You know, where are the Inquirer and all these others saying, come on now, there's got to be a better way of doing this. Why is Josh Shapiro not doing that? How are they supposed to get this information? Why do they have that? All right, by the way, I got to play this so I don't forget. Senator John Kennedy, he must be sitting on this line for quite a while, talking about AOC and talking about her role in the world here. Yes, this is Cut 15. Here's John Kennedy from Louisiana.
What do you think of the new leadership, Jasmine, AOC, and Bernie?
I consider Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez to be the leader of the Democratic Party. She's entitled to her opinion. I'm entitled to mine. As I've said about her before, I think she's the reason there are directions on a shampoo bottle.
All right, he's been sitting on that
our
line.
Plan for dealing
You didn't
with her,
plan that out. We got to hurry.
Our plan for dealing with her is called Operation Let Her Speak.
Definitely. You know, she's got more upside, though, than Crockett or Spartacus. Bernie's still the guy that can sort of get a crowd, but he's disqualified by simple things like being a communist. 855-839-1210. You get a line. All right, let's get a villain here on board. Joe in Columbus. How are you today, Joe?
Hey, Dom. Let me ask you something hypothetically, because I believe Trump is probably one of the best foreign diplomats, including Richard Nixon. What if he were to build leverage by building his own union with, we'll say, Japan and Korea, and tell them to up their tariffs and have it catch on and sting China that way?
Well, I think them being unified with us on the tariffs, though, that's why they're the first two, to your point, coming in here, Joe, to solidify the deal.
Build a compounded effect. You know, you're going to come after us,
right.
You're going to come after our friends, and really put this sting on them.
Well, it's going to be interesting. I think China has backed itself into a pretty bad slot here because I think once these deals are made with the friendlier countries, I don't think the market's going to overreact in the manner they are.
Well, I don't think they're considering the, unilateral effect that we can,
right.
project.
Yeah, well, that's why they're the first two they honored to bring in here. They're flying in, I think, today, Joe, and I want to see wall-to-wall coverage, Let's see them. Let's hear them doing this sooner rather than later.
Sure.
The more we see of that, it pressures other countries to want to get next in line.
Take a look at my little friend here,
Yeah, exactly.
Build the alliances. Don, my guy goes all the way back to when it was more than worthy to watch, the WWF, and Rowdy Roddy Piper. It was comical. He had a off show from the wrestling itself called Piper's Pit, and he would lure all these wrestlers in, be friendly with them, and they would succumb to it. And when they were least expecting it, he'd bat him over the back of the head with a chair every time.
Yeah, I think he was a villain / anti-hero. He had a following. They liked the villainy. He wasn't seen as a heel per se.
It was such good choreography, though.
He's one of the 10 best. His line of attack, without a doubt. All right, Rowdy Roddy Piper. We're looking for villains today. Why? Well, today is the big day. In about 10, 15 minutes, we're going to hear from Gordon Chang, who's fired up too. He's a frequent guest in talk radio on all things China. This is the day we've been waiting for, when it is as direct as you can get. Yeah, we got the sideshow of these other countries. The EU has just put a couple tariffs back in, so we'll see. But the big guy, China and the United States. If there were another Rocky 84, you'd have to take on the communist Chinese. The Russians, been there, done that. Remember when Drago bleeds? That was a big moment. All right, 855-839-1210. Get in with Dom. All right, let me talk for a moment. We're very glad to have back the great folks at Martin. It's so important to make sure our families have the essentials, food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. There's a lot of news about drinking water these days. Just do what the Giordanos did, and that's count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. That Kinetico system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap is crystal clear, all-natural water, not only the best tasting water ever, but it provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family is passionate about water. They'll put their 46 years of experience to work for you, just like they did for us. Their customer service, attention to detail, fantastic. They love showing you taking the impurities out of the water. Recommend solutions that make sense for you. They take their time. They really give you a sense of what you can do here that is relatively easy in their hands. So connect with Martin Water Conditioning. They'll take great care of you. Click on martinwater.com or call 800-887-7555. 800-887-7555. Be sure to tell them Dom G sent you.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride, you'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good
for
all of us. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
It's Nick Kale here to introduce the all-new 2025 ADX, Piazza Acura's latest addition to their precision-crafted lineup. This premium compact SUV is a breakthrough in design, performance, and innovation with a turbocharged engine, available all-wheel drive system, and cutting-edge technology. The Acura ADX is engineered for those who demand more. Best of all, it's now available at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester with leases as low as $389 per month. Visit PiazzaAcura.com for details.
President Trump is making New Jersey safer, securing the border and deporting dangerous criminals. And he's getting no help from Phil Murphy and Trenton Democrats. I'm Jack Chittarelli. That all changes when I'm governor. On day one, we'll end Murphy's sanctuary state and ban sanctuary cities. We'll work with ICE and take the handcuffs off our police to keep our communities safe. It's time Trenton Democrats realize we need to protect our communities. When I'm governor, we will.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor Inc., 99 Gray Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
All right, Gordon Chang, just minutes away. The guy in talk radio you've heard all these years. Where does he think China is at this point? He makes a great point on Twitter just 4 minutes ago. Let's look at what really is at stake in this, quote, trade war. China uses the proceeds of trade with us to build its military, which is designed to kill Americans, to fund its assaults on our country. It is strategically wrong to trade with China and morally wrong as well. Now, put that in context. There are certain things we're going to have to continue to do with them for a while. But this idea, remember both parties, the Uniparty, we got to bring them into the family of nations. You know, they were removed. They were shunned pretty much. Well, how can you do that with 1 billion people, et cetera? Because they don't deserve the Communist Chinese Party to be inside the family of nations. The only reason they want to do that is to dominate and enslave more people. And we've been back and forth with this in America. Like Nike is the one that I would zone in on. Apple to a degree, maybe not as much as Nike. How in the world can we compromise with that, buy those products when we know what they're doing, particularly certain products in areas that have been designated definite slave trade? It's going to be interesting to hear what my buddy, the Dean of Decency, Madeline Dean, says about this. Henry, if you happen to see something from Madeline Dean, I have to get Joe DiStefano on the Inquirer, did great work on her. Not that the morons out of Montgomery County care. They're so empathetic to everything else. Showing their fortune came from the husband's bicycle trade in China that was, shall we say, questionable. I think they have a mansion, then they have another one at the shore. Usually we hear from the Dean of Decency lecturing us. Remember why she said, I call her the Dean of Decency. She, when she ran first for Congress, she talked about a guy coming in the rain. And because of Trump, that was the background, said, decency. Go to Washington and restore decency. That's what we need. Can you imagine? And these fraudulent people in Montgomery County, are you aware of her background? Well, you're making it up. Oh, okay, well, the Inquirer made it up then, too. I want to get an abortion. She wants me to have an abortion. That's all that matters. So
decency.
Thank you. Let's not hear from Madeline Dean on the whole issue of decency and China, et cetera. So I'm waiting to see where Democrats go with this. Because on the tariffs with the other countries, they have found some ground to be going back and forth with. The ladies on The View neglected talking about China today. They were attacking Trump, attacking every Republican as usual. Among other things, but nothing on China. That seemed to escape them. Of how do we deal with this? Do we just continue as we've been going? No, today, we'll see. Am I being too optimistic that today is the first day that we actually have a president that's going to focus in on this, and we are going to push back on this? Now, if Trump doesn't do that, he wilts in the end, some kind of deal I don't like, I'm going to say it. So I'm going to ask Gordon Chang, what would be the metric that would tell us this has been significant in dealing with the Chinese? And does he really believe they're a little bit more on the ropes at this point? Biggest resentment I have with them is they gave the world COVID. Another story out there today, military games from around the world were holding like Olympics near Wuhan. And a lot of people, athletes in their 20s, got this flu-like symptoms that were worse. I don't know if any died or not. They survived because they were in their 20s and very athletic. Comes out today, the Biden administration hid that fact of all the material they had on this, and the Trump administration has released it on several websites. How much more do we need to know Fauci, this gain of function, and the nonsense that went on in this laboratory? And once this happened, they were not that upset about alerting anybody about this. Maybe they were even a bit happy once they contained it sort of there. All right, the great Gordon Chang is next to break down where we are and what happens next here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You could not offer me a salary high enough to work for SEPTA.
That's a tough gig.
Is that worst job ever for you? I think worst job ever for me would be flight attendant. You can't throw them out, like you could if you were bartending or something.
$250,000 a year. You driving a SEPTA bus?
$250,000?
$250 a year.
How many days a week do I have to work?
You got to work 40 hours, Harry.
40?
Yeah,
no, that's too much.
Yeah, I mean, come on, let's go, Harry. What are we doing here, all right? Get up, Harry! Come on, let's go!
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zeal. Having a beautiful, healthy smile isn't just important for how you look, it's also important for your health. In fact, there's so much research now about the correlation between gum disease and heart disease and your gut microbiome. Look, it all matters, and that's why I want you to reach out to my friend, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. He's been my family dentist for years, and the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his team delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. Dr. Mike Veneria has been delivering results that surpass expectations, and it's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So if you've been on the fence about getting that complicated dental procedure, or if you're looking for a second opinion, reach out to Dr. Mike today. He's the best. I promise you won't be disappointed. I trust my family to Dr. Veneria. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
It's official. Newsmax has become a news giant. It's even listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Over 40 million Americans regularly turn to Newsmax for the news they need to know. They're tuning into the Newsmax channel on all major cable systems. They watch Newsmax 2 on all streaming platforms. They go online to newsmax.com for breaking headlines. Millions more have downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphone and home TV. Reuters says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. Tens of millions of Americans like you have made the switch to Newsmax for the news they can trust. So make the switch today. You won't ever look back.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I gotta say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be feeling all lovey-dovey real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Yes, it is Dom time. What a big day, and the best guest you can possibly have, Gordon Chang in the on-deck circle. One thing I neglected to mention the first hour. I was looking yesterday, a report that China will not let American films in there, and I would assume that's going to be the case during all this. And that brings Hollywood into this. Remember Richard Gere? Why did Richard Gere go from 1, 2, or 3, the most box office Pretty Woman, things like that, to a non-entity? The Dalai Lama, the Chinese. Hollywood's afraid of this. And they want those films to be in front of 1 billion people, just like the NBA. It's endless. Gordon Chang is the author. He's the Gatestone Institute Senior Fellow, author of Plan Red, China's project to destroy America, as well as the coming collapse of China. And China is going to war. He is the preeminent guy. I was following his Twitter the last 2 or 3 days. Why does everyone in talk radio want to get Gordon Chang on? Because nobody does it better. Nobody, I think, is on top of this more, and particularly now when this is the focus finally. All right, let's go to Gordon Chang and welcome him here in Philadelphia. Gordon, great to have you. I think this may be at least my 50th interview with you, nationally, locally, some way, shape, or form.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
So, Gordon, what's top of mind for you today? What's your initial thought? Do you agree that finally the focus with this president and everything else might be here on doing something to diminish China's growing stranglehold?
Yes, it's absolutely true. You know, you look at President Trump, he is laser focused on making sure that countries treat the United States fairly. And no country has ripped off the U.S. more than China. They've been doing it for decades, and shame on Trump's predecessors who allowed this to happen. You know, we allowed China into the World Trade Organization. They didn't comply with their promises. We didn't enforce those promises. And so, yes, China is a villain when it comes to trade. They're predatory and criminal traders. But we allowed them to be so. And Trump has just said, look, he is not putting up with this anymore. And not a moment too soon, because our path with China was unsustainable.
So what's their weak spot in your view now? What is it that they're experiencing that gives us some leverage?
Well, first of all, their economy is not growing at the 5.0% pace that they reported for last year. It's probably about 0. And we can see this from the deflationary spiral that they're in. But it's even worse than that, Dom, and the reason is that Xi Jinping has turned his back on consumption as the fundamental basis of the Chinese economy. That means his only way out of this is to export more to the world. And that means he needs the U.S. market, the world's largest. He can't replace it in the short or intermediate term. And that means with Trump's tariffs of over 100%, either 104 or 115%, depending on the calculations, that basically shuts out most of China's products from the United States. Companies have got to rejigger their supply chains so they manufacture elsewhere. This is really important. And when we step back, we can see that this is going to be one of the most consequential things that any American president has done, especially this century.
I'll tell you what I would liken it to, and it's very like this, and you may have made the analogy. It reminds me of Reagan, that I think in a million years that Reagan, by what he did, would force the Soviets to collapse because of the spending. They couldn't keep up. They just could not do it. I think this is even harder in its own way because this is more subtle. And I think the Chinese are even more formidable, the Communist Chinese Party, than the Soviets were. Do you see that as an analogy?
Oh, absolutely. And Trump could be the Reagan of this century. Ronald Reagan dealt with the Soviet Union, which was fearsome at the time, but we didn't trade with the Soviet Union to any substantial extent. We sold them farm products, wheat, but that was really about it. Trump is dealing with a much more difficult situation where China has been able to create constituencies in the United States. Now, it's not Trump's intention to bring China down, but what Trump is doing could very well do so. And Trump has always said he's got to protect the United States. And really the consequence of that is bringing down the Chinese communist regime, which is dedicated to destroying our country. So whatever President Trump's intention is, this is really, really important. The most important thing an American president has done in my lifetime.
I would agree with that. Exactly. This is a much bigger challenge. Let's talk medical supplies. Gordon, how did that happen? And we found out during COVID. You knew it on shows. You would talk about it. How do we get out of that? Trump is putting a tariff on medical supplies. I'm not sure if that's the right way to go, but the medical thing is critical here.
Yes. And we learned that during COVID when China actually threatened to throw us into, quote, a mighty sea of coronavirus. But, during the early stages of the COVID pandemic, even our friends like Australia refused to send us stuff that we needed because they needed it as well. So we've got to understand that even though we have friends in this world, and it's important to keep our friends, the point is we need to be resilient and we need to manufacture certain things on American soil. Now, President Trump, at the end of his first term, tried to bring pharmaceuticals back to the U.S. The approach was flawed. It didn't work, and he wasn't reelected, so he couldn't rejigger it and continue it. Now is the perfect time to go back to those old plans, sort of modify them, and make sure that we can get pharmaceuticals back in our country, because that's absolutely critical.
What are the other critical things, too? Give us, 2 or 3 other things that you think are critical that they have pretty much a stranglehold on.
Well, semiconductors, they don't have a stranglehold on.
Okay.
But they make a lot of legacy chips. And legacy chips are important because although they're not the most sophisticated, they are the things that power, for instance, our warplanes, our ships, the things that we use day to day. So that's important. And China makes a lot of legacy chips. We need to make sure we make them here. And, it was very good for the CHIPS Act in the previous administration. The Wall Street Journal complained a lot, saying, this would be inefficient. Well, we don't care about efficiency right now as much as we normally would, because this is a question of national survival. And so we need to be resilient. And President Trump has continued the Biden initiatives by making sure that foreign chip makers are building on U.S. soil, specifically the additional $100 billion investment by TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, to build fabs in North Phoenix.
Now, I'm a big fan, usually, Gordon, of Rand Paul, but he kind of lost his mind on CNBC, I think. And he said, we don't trade, we box them in too much here. They will say, oh, yeah, we're going to invade Taiwan.
Yeah, the problem with the libertarians, and this is a problem in the Republican Party, is that they view the world as peaceful. And in a peaceful world, there are a lot of things that you can do which compromise your security because they don't really matter that much. But we're not living in a peaceful world right now. China and Russia are fighting on 3 continents. China's got its proxy wars. They're threatening war in East Asia. This looks like the beginning of global conflict. And, with all due respect to Rand Paul, and I'm being sarcastic here, you got to understand that this is an issue where the survival of the United States is at stake. And I don't care about Rand Paul's ideology. And I don't care about the ideology of the Republicans who are conservatives, because they have a lot of pro-CC positions. Not that they're in favor of communism, but their positions line up with the Communist Party. And also, while we're criticizing politicians, let's criticize the Democrats, who normally are pro-tariff, but who, because they don't like Trump, have decided that they're going to help China intimidate the president of the United States. So there's a lot of blame to go around both sides of the aisles. And we Americans who are independents like me need to stand up and say to both parties, cut it out. We've got a common enemy. If we don't unite, we're going to lose our country.
Without a doubt. So say 6 months to a year from now, that's a pretty good period of time. What would you be looking at to say we were successful at this big moment in order to rejigger, reestablish something, even if not perfect, that we have the upper hand and we can continue incrementally maybe to keep that? What would you be looking to see?
I'd be looking to see if we have modified our trade arrangements with countries like Japan, South Korea, also the European Union. The European Union might be more difficult, but I do think that President Trump's efforts to change our trade relationships will be successful. After all, the administration has been saying more than 70 countries have been in contact so far to initiate trade discussions with Washington. And I think that this will be a successful effort. Those countries that come to terms first are probably going to get the best deals, as people have been saying. And that means a place like China, which is recalcitrant, is going to be shut out of the global trading system. A lot of Trump critics right now are saying that we're isolating ourselves. I don't think that's the case. I think what we're doing is we're changing these trade relationships so they're more in our favor. And I think that we are going to come out of this much better. Remember, Dom, we are the world's biggest consumer market. Everybody needs that market. And so one way or another, they're going to be selling stuff to us, and we might as well have either better tariffs or at least have them reduce their tariffs on our products so that our companies can manufacture and export.
Gordon, I could do it myself, but it would take me a day of research to tell listeners honestly this pass-through countries that China uses to cheat around the tariffs. The number one on my mind right now to take care of is probably Vietnam, but I think you would know better. Who are some of the countries that allow them to do that?
Well, certainly Vietnam, and you're seeing countries in Southeast Asia do this as well. But, you know, a lot of this is also just false bills of lading, where Chinese goods never are, for instance, assembled in Vietnam and then sent to the United States. They're just basically sent to the United States directly by ship, but the bills of ladings are changed. So that's really where we need to go at. And of course, we need to make sure that if we take something from Vietnam with special tariff rates, that they actually are value added in Vietnam, not the sort of assembling operations that have been so prevalent. And also the same thing is true with Mexico. We have the USMCA agreement, which has been superseded by Trump's tariffs. But we've got to make sure that the Chinese don't use Mexico to get way into the U.S. market.
And fentanyl. What is the point there? I've read enough things. They're pretty clever. I guess the smaller goods, we don't check, that kind of thing. How do they, what's their principal method of getting fentanyl, say, to Mexico?
Well, they just sell it. They sell the precursor chemicals.
Okay.
It's open sale to Mexico, where they're mixed by the cartels with Chinese technicians and then smuggled across the border. But the other big fentanyl producer, that's Canada. The world's biggest fentanyl lab was actually closed in Vancouver in November. So we've got a northern problem as well. And we don't pay attention to the northern problem, so it has festered for a long time. And thank God for President Trump to actually deal with the Canada issue. He needs to message it better to the American public, but he's taking on a problem that everybody else lets slide.
Gordon, where do we find all things Gordon Chang?
On X at GORDONGCHANG, and I archive all my articles for free on my website, which is www.GORDONCHANG.com.
Gordon, give that one more time. You broke up there a little bit. The website, please.
www.GORDONCHANG.com.
Gordon, on any day, it's an honor to have you, but particularly today, thanks for your work, which has really helped push toward this day.
Well, it's an honor for me to be on your show, Dom, so thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
All right, Gordon Chang here on Talk Radio 1210. If you have a pulse, that's a lot to react to. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is just push pound 1210. Hit us with that all-time villain, particularly maybe you have a female. Tomorrow, we're kind of considering, because of these attacks on Elon Musk by Navarro and some of these others, Scott Jennings stood up for him last night again and talked about what, however you slice it, Elon Musk has brought to America, became a citizen. So we may ask for the most accomplished immigrants to the United States. I mean, I have 3 or 4 so huge I would take off in a heartbeat. But looking at it, and we're talking about legal immigration. Who doesn't want that to be true? The problem is, though, being inundated in the manner that we are, it makes it difficult even to be a champion of that. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us right now.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride. You'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good for all of us.
I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get your tickets now for Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun. Hysterical.
Super funny.
For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Transitioning from the military to civilian life can be a challenge, but at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, veterans are finding a career where their skills and discipline are truly valued. Anderson Mechanical isn't just a job, it's a place where veterans thrive. With a culture built on integrity and doing what's right, AMC provides a quality environment where hard work and dedication are recognized and rewarded. This company is committed to excellence, not just in the work they do, but in how they treat their employees. Learn more at amcontheweb.com. That's amcontheweb.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
A message for qualified investors from Noble Gold Investments. If your portfolio is over $250,000 and you aren't hedged, you're sitting on a ticking time bomb. With markets at all-time highs, history tells us what comes next. A 10% allocation into gold and silver can help diversify. Experienced investors know that in times of economic uncertainty, real assets, not paper promises, offer true security. Noble Gold Investments makes it easy to add institutional-grade gold and silver to your portfolio, so so you can hedge like the world's smartest investors. For nearly a decade, Noble Gold has helped thousands of Americans protect their future, turning numbers on a screen into real, tangible assets. And right now, when you make a qualified investment, Noble Gold will add a free 10th-ounce gold coin to your order. Disciplined investors protect what they've built. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com today. NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. I'm just waiting to see Democrats not heartened by taking on China. Very few, if any, that I can find are saying anything along those lines, but they haven't dared yet to go after what Trump is doing here. And I would say on the China situation, Trump is the perfect vehicle to take them on. And I don't say that with the other tariffs. I think some of that stuff, I've been over it. I'm not going to agree with all that, turning Navarro and Lutnick route and all this. But with China, this has to be disruptive because of what was built here. I just want to hear more on whatever we're doing with China. What's our plan to return the manufacture of critical medicines to the United States? That ought to be job one. Every bit as much as you hear shipbuilding and all that. Okay, I want to hear the medical stuff, though. We've known this for some time post-COVID. That's necessary. Can you imagine the threat from them? You know, and I want the sports world clowns, sports writers and others, because it is in the news. It's not just me trying to intrude politics on this. We see the NBA and these others always currying favor. We want to reach 1 billion people in China. You got to be asked about things like this. Does China not want basketball to entertain and all that? They like it, Yao Ming, etc. So do we have any help, any leverage there? And I come back to, again, because he's here with the Sixers. He may not be. He may be fired. Who knows? Daryl Morey just saying, free Hong Kong. He was with Houston and he was leaving. And they bring down the world on the NBA. We get lectured to by Barkley and particularly LeBron James saying, shut up, this is serious money. It's $1 billion, something like that. It has to be a coordinated effort. Hollywood. Henry and I were looking at a review. We're still trying to get this guy on who wrote the book, The Red Carpet. Richard Gere, think of that as the face of it. Where did he go? He's a humanitarian, the Dalai Lama. That's it. He's out. You're dead in Hollywood. And then what you have to do to get our pictures into China. I give them credit. I do not diminish an enemy, even an opponent, let alone that. I give them credit. They are driven. They will take forever. They are diehard, at least, I don't know. I don't think people in China overall, but all you need are enough that are in control. And their system of spying on people, what do they call it? The social credit you get by going along with all this. Look at the history with Chairman Mao. The world has got to stand up. This is, where's Winston Churchill when we need him? Churchill was the one that saw what Hitler was. Hitler was small potatoes compared to this. This is nuclear weapons. This is 1 billion people. This is just, 1,000-year Reich. This is a similar thing, if not more. And by the way, we were at many points then starting to move away from Hitler prior to World War II as far as trading and everything else. We're enmeshed with them. We have to tear that apart inch by inch, day by day. That's why this day is so significant. All right, I'd love to get you in your reaction to Gordon Chang, and I think he laid it out, what this could look like over the next 6 months or so, as far as something substantial that can happen here. And I just want to see some on the board. These are good signs that Besant is meeting with Japan, South Korea. And there's a reason those were the countries to step up. It's a blockade against China, in addition to they want to be on the good side of the United States. Good. EU, that might take a little bit longer with these deals. Australia, I think they'll play ball. Let's get those checked so that we can focus in on this. But I don't know, based on the media, other than if you listen to talk radio, that America actually believes the stuff I'm saying and you heard Gordon Chang say about the communist Chinese. I mean, shouldn't COVID have been a wake-up call? Look at the story I told you today, the Washington Free Beacon, reporting we had these military gains in China, near Wuhan, near the lab, and all these people got sick of the very symptoms you get with COVID. Thank God, I think almost none of them died. They were young athletes in their 20s, and it was covered up, not reported. The Trump administration has been putting it up on the official websites now, the information from this. Just another, I mean, we all know this. We all know it was gain of function. We all know Fauci should have been stopped. And we have people dead. You know people, I know people that died because of this nonsense and died because of their complicity of continuing to cover it up. They don't care about any of that. It's a plus for them. This is what we're dealing with here. So is this the start to actually reconfigure this? What will America look like? I don't see America making some of these goods. So I'm not sure. News here. Fox News just reporting. We need a sounder here. Trump is raising the tariffs on China to 125%. I don't know why he said 104% to start with. Well, I guess that was 84, and then they added something to it. Now 125%. I'm not sure that he's officially done that yet. Now we're at 125%. Should happen any moment now. Fox reporting that. And China was up to 84. What are they going to? Can you imagine some tchotchke from China, what it's going to cost? You better get to the dollar store now. And apparently people are buying up a lot of things like that. You know, things that last, even toothpaste, a long period of time. Have you done that? Are you ready to squirrel away a bunch of goods? Not just because of China, but this is startling now. 125% on Chinese goods. He's authorized a 90-day pause. I guess that's when, Henry, see if you can, I'm doing this on the fly, that the 90-day pause, is that with China or is that with all these countries that we're going to pause, or is it pausing the 125 comes into effect in 90 days? A little hard to tell. The Trump people are firing away. I think some of this is Trump saying, if you don't pull the trigger, then you're not going to have these rising tariffs on you. If you do, then we're going to be phasing these in. 125%, though, is with China, a 90-day pause on something here. Watch the U.S. Treasuries, the 10-year. That's what Besson says to watch. All right, let me go to... Let's go to John in Cheltenham. John, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Afternoon, John.
Good afternoon, Dom. Great show. Thank you so much for what you guys do and how you keep everything current and on point. Besson is probably one of the best picks that Trump could have had for his cabinet pick.
Absolutely.
Treasury Secretary. Yep. And I'm so glad that there's somebody with a long view look to the economy and to the betterment of our supply chain and our economics. And he is such a low-key, low-level, pure essence, economically driven pundit that understands the long view. We've become so complacent and so needy of wanting to have quarterly, 6-month, and 1-year returns on our investments that we've lost the long view of future investment potential. And I want our country to be solid and strong for my kids and my grandkids' kids, down the road. And that's what Trump's doing. He's taking the long view on this, and all of his picks in his cabinet are doing the exact same thing. So that we survive another 250 years beyond 2026.
All right. Well, my only gripe with Besant, and I'm inside with this people. One's a friend, hasn't come on the show yet. I'm turning up the heater. I don't want to hear about negotiations. The Dom Giordano show wants him to come on here. Come on.
All right, I'll try to back channel through my Trump Force 47 contact.
Oh, okay.
See if
Yes.
I can't get that done for you.
Tell him that. Who's your side answer?
Dr. Moriarty of the Sherlock Holmes genre, who almost caused a world war calamity. If you look at the storylines on Dr. Moriarty and he was the nemesis of Sherlock Holmes over many, many, many years of the Sherlock Holmes mysteries and stories and all that.
Very good. By the way, the Dow, am I seeing the right numbers here? And it's green, is up 6.60%. I know there's a Treasury auction. That's Besant again. That's what's going on with that. That's really good. Oh, I see what it is, too. Henry just sent me this. Jeff Andrew next. Based on the lack of respect that China has shown to the world's markets, I'm hereby raising the tariff to 125, effective immediately. And then he goes on to say, conversely, and based on the fact that more than 75 countries have called representatives of the United States, I am pausing for 90 days. Is this guy reading my mind here or what? What have we been saying? Thank you.
He's an avid listener.
He's an avid listener. Come on now. If not word by word, that's where I've been on this. Clear the decks. Friendly over here. Get them on the board. 90-day pause. The markets are going crazy. Upwards. I might check my 401k again tomorrow. Come on, Janine Pirro. You're checking your 401k right now. Come on. Yet, he's saying 125% immediately on China. We're focused on the right thing here. All right, 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Push pound 1210. Jeff Andrew next. We'll get his take on this news. Let's talk first, though, about the fact that we always like to remind you that spring is here, sort of. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort, flexibility, with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC2 collagen. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage, promote smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use that code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain, more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF, RELIEF. Buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You could not offer me a salary high enough to work for SEPTA.
That's a tough gig.
Is that worst job ever for you? I think worst job ever for me would be flight attendant. You can't throw them out, like you could if you were bartending or something.
$250,000 a year. You driving a SEPTA bus?
$250,000?
$250 a year.
How many days a week do I have to work?
You gotta work 40 hours, Harry.
40?
Yeah,
no, that's too much.
Yeah, I mean, come on, let's go, Harry. What are we doing here, all right?
Get up, Harry! Come on, let's go!
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hi, this is Joe Meterchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As a bank, we pride ourselves on being boring. But the truth is we couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, we've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for our equally brilliant clients. We have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Inflation, recession, interest rates, the Fed. How do you make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Weather sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
Below average temperatures remain in the forecast through the rest of the week. Plenty of sunshine today, less windy. High temperature a good 10 degrees below average at 52. Tonight becoming partly cloudy, not as cold, low 38 for the city, colder in the suburbs. And for Thursday, mostly cloudy, chance for some showers late in the day with a high 54.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is always a great time to have Representative Jeff Van Drew on, but particularly with the breaking news that we've just gotten. Let's go to New Jersey Congressman Jeff Van Drew. Congressman, you're a good luck charm. Right before you came on, we've got some really good news.
Tell me the news.
Oh, okay. You're in the middle of all kinds of scrums. The president has raised the tariff on China to 125%, but issued a 90-day pause on some tariffs to the friendlier countries that are negotiating, and the market is up, the Dow at least, 6.23. I've not seen that kind of jump that instantly in my memory bank.
And that is good news, and I didn't, there's so much going on. I am in the midst of it. I just got out of chairing the Transportation Committee for the chairman, so I've been absorbed into that. Look, we knew this was going to be bumpy in the beginning, and seriously, this is a big deal. When I speak to people about it, whether they are constituents or anyone, including in interviews like this, I understand why people are concerned and they're worried. We also need to understand that we are in this point in history, at this inflection point, because we have let other countries get away with way too much, hurting the United States, our manufacturing, our people, and our national security. And I'll tell real quickly why. Because after World War II, we gave a status to many nations, and we allowed them to tariff and tax us, but we wouldn't reciprocate. We were trying to help the world develop and do the good things that the United States always does, that no other country anywhere ever does, and be good partners. We're beyond that now. You know, China was a developing nation. We were treating China like a developing nation. It's the number 2 powerhouse in the world trying to take over the United States of America. Other countries as well. They would tax and tariff us, but when we wanted sending our goods over there, but they send their goods here, and there's no tax or tariff. So, of course, glass manufacturing went away and steel manufacturing went away. And I can name all the industries that left and we lost because of this unfair practice. I know it's hard on people. I really do, all of us. I mean, we're all, connected to the economy, obviously. It's been 1 week. It's going to get better. We're going to prevail. We're going to come out of this stronger than ever, and we're going to do well.
Well, my point is the focus is now on China. I had Gordon Chang on, a congressman, among others. And to me, this has always been the focus, and this is not an easy thing. I don't know if you've had interaction, though, and I've noticed this, and I cheer it on, with Scott Bessent. I have a friend that works there directly with him. When he speaks on this, to me, he's the guy. That's the best we have. A few others, I won't name names with you here, get a little wild on this, but he is taking a leading role. I'm watching him right now in the Rose Garden be the person speaking on this at this moment.
He is, and he was actually, I'm in the Republican study group, and with a small group of members that really, sit down with these folks, and he was supposed to be, and I was actually supposed to be doing that with him and a few others today, but he had to actually cancel in order to go and do what he is doing, which is more important. Look, you know what this speaks to? China, if this was 20 years ago, China would have immediately capitulated, but we've allowed and encouraged and subsidized China to get stronger and stronger. It's a national security issue. Let me tell you, on another front, it's unbelievable to me that probably 3/4 of the nation's Easy Pass systems rely on countries that are connected to or are involved with the Communist Chinese Party directly. Do you think Communist China would allow us to control their Easy Pass systems in China? Come on. I mean, we got to get on the stick here. We got to be a strong America. We got to lead. So, again, I told you when we spoke last time, actually the last couple of times, it's going to be a little bumpy at first. We're going to come out of this okay. I know it's scary. I understand why people are nervous, but it's going to be okay.
Well, I'm glad you said that, about being, because there is legitimate to hear. You have some people with their 401k nearing retirement, whatever. And to that point, I'm glad to hear the way you approach it, because you have some of these other people telling them, oh, be quiet about that. There are legitimate concerns here as this goes on. Wanted to turn to your role, Congressman, as the subcommittee, the judiciary. We had now 3 Supreme Court cases in which, even with, they didn't spell it out as they do in some cases, but it's getting to that. We're not going to let district judges, they are not the third branch of government, that's the Supreme Court. We're not going to let them hamstring the President of the United States, particularly on things that president does to protect our lives.
Absolutely. I mean, it's gotten way, you go to a district court in San Francisco and they're making policy for the whole nation.
Yeah.
And I tell you, some of these activist judges, and we're dealing with that. We're doing legislation to change us, not to, hamper them in any way, not to take away their independence, not at all. But if somebody is politically active as a judge and is using their judicial position in order to shape public policy or to go after elected officials, that's wrong. We've got activist judges now that think they're the judicial branch, the legislative branch, and the executive branch all wrapped up in one. They want to make policy. They want to influence laws. They want to determine what the body politic itself does. I mean, that's totally inappropriate. That's not the way it works, and it's not the way that it should be. And so, what activists do, they'll find a very activist judge somewhere in New York or somewhere in California or some of our other states that have some of these, judges, and they'll find them and they'll go to court there and they'll make a judgment that affects the entire United States of America and in some ways can affect the entire world, and they're just a lower court. It's wrong. It's not what they're supposed to do. It's not supposed to the way it's supposed to work. We're tired of it, and we've got to get to back to the basics. And, real quickly, whether it's in education, the education that kids get, nobody wants to censor anything. We just want them to hear all sides of issues, to hear everything, not just the left. Whether it's with our judges, we want them to judge things objectively, fairly, by the rule of law and the rule of fairness and the Constitution of the United States of America. That's what they're supposed to do.
Parting area, Congressman Jeff Van Drew with us. Congressman, what's imminent? What are you working on, or we're going to see over the horizon after all this churning now? What's next?
Well, we got a lot of things going on. So there's so much. I mean, when I say people ask me how I'm doing, I'm up to my eyes in alligators. We just recently had a meeting. I brought about a dozen members with me to meet with the speaker. I want to make sure that while we're doing good conservative budgeting, this is important to me, that we do not, and I'm going to say this on your show again because I want to be held to this and I will be held to it, that we do not hurt Medicare, Medicaid, or Social Security. Now, with Medicaid, we have to take care of our disability the way we always do, our working poor the way we always do, our senior citizens the way that we always do, and our hospitals. At the same time, there should be work requirements. If you're 28 years old and you're healthy and you can work, all we're saying is you've either got to work or you've got to at least be volunteering to do good work in an organization.
Exactly.
I don't think that's too much to ask. So, yeah, there are going to be some changes. We're going to make sure that waste, fraud, and abuse is addressed. You should have to basically re-enlist, if you will, every 6 months. Eligibility should be based on a 6-month cycle. The past President Biden extended that way out, so people were on Medicaid that no longer needed it and shouldn't have been getting it. Those kinds of things, yes, we will go after. But I have spoken to the President one-on-one literally 4 times now about this. He agrees. There are some members that are going out on a limb and speaking for him, saying that he wants to cut deeply into Medicaid. You follow the news carefully. You know he has said just the reverse of that. We have a lot of blue-collar, working poor people, real people that are busting their ass every day and may have their health insurance through Medicaid. They're paying their part of it. They should not be hurt, as well as all those other groups, including hospitals that I said. We're in the middle of that right now, and we got to try to do everything we can to make sure this works out the right way. The last thing I'll say on that is some on the left, actually not some, all on the left, they don't want any requirements. They just want to give it away. They don't want work requirements. They don't want you to have eligibility every 6 months. They want illegals to get it. We don't want illegals getting benefits that Americans should be getting. We had a hearing today on illegal immigration, again, on sanctuary cities and states. My God, if people knew how much of their tax dollars aren't being used for good things that Americans need, because localities are pouring money into sanctuary state and city types of directives. That's horrible. And it's taking money away from real people, the people who are paying taxes. We're into it all.
Congressman, thank you. Thanks as always. Great stuff today. Appreciate it very much.
Always appreciate you. Take care.
All right, Congressman Jeff Van Drew. To that point, coming up, remember him? Tom Corbett, governor of Pennsylvania, has got a big article in the Inquirer today saying the exact opposite. Republicans, keep your hands off Medicaid. I'll tell you about the shootout I had with Governor Corbett. Used to do the governor's show with me, what he thought people on Medicaid should get, and I didn't. There also was a time when he told me he wasn't going to let little Susie be going home in a school bus and the bridge collapse, because I said, I think we've gone overboard with the billions and billions that he threw into a bill. All that and your calls next on Talk Radio 1210. All right, let's talk about Dr. Benz for a moment. You know, your smile is more than just a first impression. It's a reflection of your overall health. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. You deserve the expert care you get with my friend, dentist extraordinaire, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. It's one thing to have the latest technology, and he has that. He loves that. But it takes the knowledge and expertise of Dr. Bentz and his team to give you the most accurate diagnosis right from the start and develop a plan for your dental and overall health. I've told you my experiences and many listeners that have come from Ocean City, one from Florida, to get this great friendly care that you get only with Dr. Bentz. So get the smile that you really wanted. Get that great dental care so that you're not worried about this. Something's cropping up. Get it diagnosed, take a look at it, be reassured, and then stay on top of it. That's great dental care. That's the plan here with the Bentz Dental Group. The Bentz Dental Group now at 610-272-6949. The website, BentzDentalGroup.com. 610-272-6949.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride. You'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good
for all of us.
I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free sale and pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be feeling all lovey-dovey real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Free speech lives here with Dom Giordano weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, time here. That's great stuff from Jeff Andrew. In the middle of it, the big news, of course, the Dow's up about approaching 6%. That's big. I have not seen that in quite a while. Pessin saying 75-plus countries want to negotiate. And we're going to get some wins on the board, but the 90-day pause, yet pushing back on China even more. I'm really happy on that. Now, the Medicaid stuff that Jeff Andrew just talked about, he couched it very well. Some Republicans realize that, any number of the base of Trump used Medicaid, and there's justification for some of that. But there are people on Medicaid that don't deserve it. So I used to do the governor's show once a month, would go to Harrisburg with Tom Corbett. It was only a small studio, and it got pretty nuts. When he had put out, and I knew about it, we got into it, a $50 gift card that taxpayers would pay for to everybody on Medicaid in Pennsylvania that got their teeth cleaned. Their teeth being cleaned was paid for by the taxpayers, but he said we have to incentivize them by giving them a $50 gift card. I don't remember quite face-to-face with another public official like that, the screaming that was going on. It was pretty nuts. So Medicaid is a tricky thing. I like the approach of what Jeff Van Drew just said. All right, we are looking today, too, for a villain. Since Bessent saying that Trump goaded China into a bad situation. That's an interesting point of view. Have you noticed today what's happening? Bessent is out there. Not Navarro and Lutnick. And who's been saying, keep these two guys in the closet? Lutnick and Navarro. Bessent. Put him out there on this. He's leading the charge now. The world is looking better to me today. All right, let's go to John in Morristown. Hey, John, good afternoon. What do you have today? All right.
Yo, John.
It's got
strumming away there?
He's got some music. All right, we're looking for villains. I gave you a couple females early on. Kathy Bates, I forget the name of the character. Up on Twitter, somebody put it. Is a very good one.
Oh, from
with the writer.
Misery?
Yeah. Yes. Brutal stuff. And I think it's James Caan.
Yeah, that's James Caan.
Yeah, he's the writer. Yeah, he
Amy
looks
Wilkes.
a little bit different. Yeah, Amy Wilkes. Okay. Real or fictional, alive or dead, hit us with that all-time villain.
I'll give you a woman.
Yeah, go ahead.
How about Cersei Lannister from Game of Thrones?
Yes.
Queen Cersei.
I only watched
wretched.
Game of Thrones because we had to, because everybody was talking about it.
Oh, because we had to, please.
Yeah, no. I mean, I may have seen one or two, really. I mean, I didn't get the thrill at all.
Oh,
honestly,
man.
You can check my watching by some mechanism.
I was the same way. Like I
Yeah.
watched the first season and I
Yeah.
went, and then someone was like, no, watch it again, and that's when I got hooked.
All right.
And I mean, I contend people always say the last season's the worst season ever, and I agree, but I think the last two are terrible. But I still think it's a fantastic show overall.
All right, not in my top 10, but
Should be.
it can't account for taste and all these things. We differ. But I honestly didn't see it. I would say if I saw it and rejected it. Okay, we got one big hour left. We're at the epicenter of really good news here. Approaching 6%, hovering around there. If that holds up for a couple of hours, restores everything here. 90-day pause. Most nations complying. And then China right there, front and center, to be taken on directly. You can't ask for better than that. Wish we didn't have to go through this. I hear you. Oh, that's what was necessary. All right. We've gotten there to a much better spot. Over 90 days, we should be able to lock up a lot of these countries. We got Dom's Money Melody, don't forget, at 2:13. And the big prize again, a pair of tickets to see your Phillies versus the Giants Thursday, April 17th, a 4:05 first pitch. So it's a great prize. Be ready at about 2:13 when Henry gives us what he has today. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You could not offer me a salary high enough to work for SEPTA.
That's a tough gig.
Is that worst job ever for you? I think worst job ever for me would be flight attendant. You can't throw them out, like you could if you were bartending or something.
$250,000 a year. You driving a SEPTA bus?
$250,000?
$250 a year.
How many days a week do I have to work?
You got to work 40 hours, Harry.
40?
Yeah,
No, that's too much.
Yeah, I mean, come on, let's go, Harry. What are we doing here, all right?
Get up, Harry! Come on, let's go!
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You know the story of the three bears? They all sold replacement windows. You remember that, right? So Goldilocks goes up to the big bear and he tries to feed her a humongous price. And luckily she didn't bite. She checked out the bear with that unusually low price and realized his windows, well, they're sort of like what the bear does in the woods. But then she called Keystone Window. We're the middle beer. A high-quality Energy Star vinyl window, a better value. Like Goldilocks always says, just right. And you know how the story ends? She lives happily ever after because Keystone Window carries a 50-year warranty. That had Goldilocks singing with joy, so we asked her to sing our jingle. 267-308-2500. 267-308-2500. Windows for a lifetime. Keystone Window, a better window and honest price.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
It's official. Newsmax has become a news giant. It's even listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Over 40 million Americans regularly turn to Newsmax for the news they need to know. They're tuning into the Newsmax channel on all major cable systems. They watch Newsmax 2 on all streaming platforms. They go online to Newsmax.com for breaking headlines. Millions more have downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphone and home TV. Reuters says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. Tens of millions of Americans like you have made the switch to Newsmax for the news they can trust. So make the switch today. You won't ever look back.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here, looking for a lawn care service which delivers great results and is also safer for your family, your kids, your pets? Well, that's why my family years ago chose Natural Lawn of America. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers, safer weed and insect controls, which bring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, you want to take advantage of their limited time offer, free seeding every year. Just call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell Dawn sent you.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Oh, man, Joe of Exton, what a villain. I might agree. I'll just say this is answer when we get to it. I once had the wildest hour in the history of, you talk about different personalities. One of them was Charlie Manuel. The other was the guy that Joe has today, all in 1 hour, back to back.
What an hour.
Yeah, one guy had
goodness.
a 1,000-page book, and Charlie Manuel was the other guy who did not. Okay, so, yeah, it was like, oh, my God, the accent, the translation, we need captions on the radio here with these two. I would try to picture this guy, Charlie Manuel, talking about China. That's the book of the other guy that Joe has. I'll go to Joe in a minute. Or the other guy talking the squeeze bunt or some kind of rotation. By the way, Philly's comment last night, everybody knows in Little League, particularly when the guy is touted as this great fielder, that the center fielder takes the ball. I think Johan Rojas must have missed that memo. It was shocking. It's unforgivable. I mean, you got to take the ball. The thing with this is this. If it's going to be a high-speed collision, potentially, then you got to be thinking, all right, maybe you give a little bit of ground. You don't want someone getting killed. But when out of the corner of your eye and the feeling you've had, I played center field. The two of you are pretty much standing there. Then if you collide with each other, it doesn't matter. No one's going to get hurt, and you're probably going to catch the ball.
Yeah, like there's a difference between like a line drive and the gap, and it's like, oh, who's going to get it versus
right. Yeah, you don't want guys crashing into each other. Dangerous play, the second baseman or shortstop running at full speed, going out, crashing into somebody. There have been horrific injuries. But this,
Yeah.
It shocks you when you see it. What the heck goes on?
Like, I understand there's a little miscommunication because,
Yeah.
you know, Sosa doesn't play left field. Obviously, this was his
Right.
first start out there. But if you're Rojas, yeah, you're the captain of the outfield. You got to wave anyone off if you think you got the best shot at it.
Particularly something right there, letting it drop at your feet. I'm watching it saying.
Yeah.
And look, I know Wheeler would handle it and all that, but behind the scenes, you have a right to say, don't ever do that again. That's it.
Well, yeah, he gets that out. They're out of the inning,
Yeah,
and there's no
exactly.
3-run home run. Like, whatever, 2 batters later.
Yeah, exactly right. It was shocking, but it happens. All right, let me go to Joe of Exton. Who is his villain? And did this guy actually appear on my show? Let me see. Who went first? No, Charlie Manuel went first, then this guy. That makes it even worse dealing with this. Let's go to Joe. Joe of Exton. Hey, Joe. Good afternoon.
Yes, hello, Dom. Good afternoon. My villain is Henry Kissinger for insisting that China be brought into the family of nations. If China had been kept isolated and estranged, it would not have acquired the self-confidence that it evinces today.
That's very interesting, Joe. Now, you know that Richard Nixon had a lot to do with that. He was going to go to China and walk on that Great Wall. So, I don't know that Kissinger was the architect, but you're right. He was involved in it. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe, very much. So Henry Kissinger, I was on 9 to noon then. I think it was the 11 o'clock hour. We're broadcasting from the shops at Liberty Place. We did a monthly, maybe it became bi-weekly show with Charlie Manuel. The first one we did, there had to be 500 people standing in front of us. So Henry Kissinger has a 1,000-page book on China. And if you've ever tried to break through the accent of Henry Kissinger, oh, my God, particularly in something like this, but so was Henry Kissinger. Then we have a brief break, and now we're back to Charlie Manuel. Oh, my God. Yes. That is talk radio. To me, that's what people don't get. This isn't like anything else. Anything can happen at any moment. All right, we're up to, I'm waiting for the moment here. It's all, 7.06% up. 7.13 on the Dow Jones. Now, the Standard & Poor's is a better measure, but anyhow, this is a big rally triggered by President Trump saying 90-day pause with the nations that are getting in line now, but upping the tariff on China to 125%. I'll tell you what I noticed, though. All right? Give credit to Trump, but I tell you what I noticed here. You don't see strutting around today, thank God. I haven't seen them yet, Navarro and Lutnick. Who's out there on the Rose Garden lawn? Who's calling the shots? Who's articulating this? Bessent. That's who's doing it. That's the way that it should be. So has Trump gotten the message, these other two guys, give it a rest. Stop it already. Is it maybe sidelining Navarro because of the attacks on Elon Musk? So I really think tomorrow that might be the side question. All-time immigrants / citizens to the United States. Musk is definitely there. I'll give you an example. Let's take it off the board tomorrow. If we do it, Irving Berlin would be an example. You know, people that, and you may have to Google a little bit, you may know for tomorrow's. Today's easy, the villain. Coming off the idea that there are a lot of villains here that got us to this point with China. Joe just said Henry Kissinger. I think you could argue more Nixon. Look, it was well-intentioned with Nixon. Bring them into the world. That kind of, they don't want to come into the world other than to screw the world. That's what they want to do. It was Mao at that point, too. Is Nixon nuts? I mean, it looked great on his resume, the man who opened up China. But you're dealing with Chairman Mao, who doesn't get enough discredit for being the mass murderer that he was. The Little Red Books and what he did. And they've continued some of that today. That's probably the last place in the world. Oh, would you like to go to China, Dom? No, I don't think so. I was offered Taiwan once, but I just couldn't go at that point. I would do it. Now, right now, though, I'm thinking, uh-oh. In the 2 o'clock hour, we're being invaded. The Dom Giordano show must go on. All right. That's I haven't seen Rand Paul today criticizing what's going on. This looks pretty good at this point. How are you feeling now with that news that we just had in the last hour? The tariffs go up on China to 125%. 90-day pause on some tariffs for the friendly nations, those that are saying they're going to play ball. Okay? I still don't think China is going to wilt, though, here for a while. I don't see it. What do they have on their side? We had Gordon Chang on. What would be the metric that we've leveled the playing field here with China? We'll see. All right, we're looking for that. All right, a couple of other quick things. Then we have Dom's Money Melody. This should be no surprise if you follow the governor chameleon, Governor Shapiro, but it's still good news. Shapiro can't figure out what to do about DEI. Headline, the Inquirer. Governor says he's still reviewing. He's been reviewing, Josh. How long do you need to read this stuff? It's not 5,000 pages. Should I get Henry Kissinger or Charlie Manuel over there? He's reviewing federal funding threat to schools over DEI. What he's trying to do is to figure out a way to say he's complying, or maybe not even saying that, but to pretend to do that and to get the money. The governor urged lawmakers to act. Well, wait a minute. You're the governor. What's your stance, Governor Shapiro, on this pushback over DEI and taking away federal funds? And the bottom line is, it's obvious, and they're going to do this, hopefully sometime in April. In Pennsylvania, if he won't answer, he's still reviewing. Take away the funds. Take away all of it. I don't care how much it is. You're not going to use DEI. You're not going to do the trans nonsense. If you do that, ultimately, you're going to lose the money. But can you imagine the embarrassment of this guy? He can't tell the media what he thinks about the threat to this and what he thinks about DEI. The Inquirer says he told reporters that he's still reviewing the directive. Meanwhile, other states and territories have submitted their certifications or plans to do so, including Arizona and Virginia. Puerto Rico was praised for being the first to submit its certification. So it's happening. And Shapiro saying, well, there's confusion among the districts. Confusion, I tell you. I think a lot of us are seeking clarity on what the Trump administration means by most of the executive orders. No, Josh, we know exactly. We're not going to let you do critical race theory. You're not going to say one group of kids are victims, the others are oppressors. You got it? You got the memo from Dom? You're not going to do that anymore. If you do it, you're not going to get the money. So which one will it be? Oh, I'm still studying that. I don't get that. Tell me more. 855-839-1210. Let's go to the Earl of Tacony on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl. Good afternoon.
I see Gordon Chang went and finally clarified the issue with Canada and the fentanyl.
You know what? I let that one slide by. I heard what he said. I'll be doing my own research. We'll see. I'm glad you picked up on that. Yes, he did say that Canada had a big, I think he said meth lab, but he said something like that. That's right. I still would tell you that Canada has been pretty good in my view, but I could be wrong.
Well, like I said, the information out there really isn't that strong. It flip-flops on both sides, so I can understand why there's confusion on that because no one's giving you a solid answer when it comes to the details on that. But my answer today for a villain is based on a conspiracy theory. If the theory is true, this person really is a horrible, horrible villain. And that would be J.P. Morgan. He owned the White Star Line, which owned a ship called the Olympic, which was involved in an accident and needed extensive repairs, and there were issues with the insurance. So White Star went and built a second ship called the Titanic. And the theory goes, according to the conspiracy theory, is that he switched license plates. He switched the ships and called the Olympic the Titanic the Olympic. And when the so-called Titanic went out, it was actually the Olympic, since he couldn't get insurance for it. And supposedly he had the captain drive it into the iceberg to sink it to collect the insurance money, killing a bunch of people. But it gets worse than that. Morgan was in favor of forming the Federal Reserve, and there were 3 millionaires that were opposed to it. And he invited them to be on the maiden voyage of the Titanic, and Morgan was supposed to be on the ship for the maiden voyage, canceled at the last minute, and 3 of his financial rivals were killed on the ship as well. So the fact that he committed insurance fraud, killed a bunch of innocent people, and killed 3 of his rivals, if it's true, makes him a pretty hardcore villain.
All right, I got you. If true, we got to put to that. I don't know how we'd ever certify that. By the way, one other possible side question. I think it's got to look at my email. I think it's, I was invited to a lunch tomorrow in New York. Of course, the helicopter, Greg Stocker said, nah, I don't think we can do that just so you can go there and do your show there and be helicoptering back and none of that. It's to honor the 100th year anniversary of The Great Gatsby. I'm thinking, why the hell would I be honoring The Great Gatsby? F. Scott Fitzgerald, his life as an author in Zelda was kind of wild. But that book is among the most overrated. So we might do the worst book you were forced to read as a kid one of these days. Great Gatsby is not the worst. But the 100th anniversary, they're doing parties. And you have to come in 20s garb. I couldn't find any of my 20s stuff there.
What's so wrong with that?
Like flappers dresses and all that stuff. Yeah. I was ill-equipped on that front, so maybe that's my bias.
Come on, old sport.
But I think this is at the Tavern on the Green or some other big establishment. I looked at the list. There's at least 3 billionaires going there, so there's that. Maybe
one of them
more.
Gatsby himself?
Yeah, can you see if we're at the table and this book sucks? I don't like The Great Gatsby. And the guy says to me, hey, you're right. What am I doing here? Well, it's a networking thing. You got to pretend you like Gatsby. Or are they all thinking they're Gatsby? They're all fraudulent. All right. Right now, though, it is time. Big prize today, too, for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
All right, today we're playing for a pair of tickets to see the Philadelphia Phillies versus the San Francisco Giants on Thursday, April 17th for a 4:05 p.m. first pitch at Citizens Bank Park. It's Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases Day 2 after the game. Fans 55 and over invited to go onto the field and stroll the bases. For tickets and information, visit Phillies.com. No truth that they will hit fly balls to you and you will call off Johan Rojas. That may be happening, too. All right, Henry, what do you have?
Yeah. So today, Dom, we were talking about that all-time villain as the side question today. Yoko Ono was seen as the villain of the Beatles. Obviously, she is blamed for breaking up the band.
That would be a winner to me, by the way. If someone called in with Yoko, I'd be having trouble resisting.
Yeah, sorry if I beat you to it. Sorry if you were sitting on it all
Yeah.
show. Should have called in. Anywho, I'm going to play some audio from a woman who may be considered the Yoko Ono of the 90s.
Okay.
I'm going to play her covering a Rolling Stone song, and I just want to know who this artist is. Yeah, Don, what do you think about this one?
Boy. That doesn't have any energy either with this.
No, it looks like she's struggling a little bit up there.
Yeah, definitely.
No, so this person, definitely maybe the Yoko of the 90s, struggled with some drug use, but is also a very talented musician herself, and I do enjoy her music. So give me the name of this person, not her band. I want the name of the singer.
All right, the name of the sinner, Yoko Ono of the 90s. Yoko Ono, that would have been a win. You know, people still say if a group breaks up, well, I wasn't the Yoko Ono in this. You know, they still.
No
that's
one
the
wants to
reference.
be,
Yeah,
yeah.
Yoko, oh, my God. Imagine the other Beatles. That's it. 855-839-1210. You get on board, hit us with that, and you are off to see the Phillies and the Giants. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride. You'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good for all of us.
I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
We are Nick and Genevieve Roberts, and we've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2019.
With Crash Proof Retirement, we have no worries whatsoever. We can't lose money. You'll only keep making money. Come home and tell your wife, hey, we made money today. You never have a bad conversation.
The next market year, they're predicting recession, and you won't have to worry about any of that. I wake up a lot happier not worrying about my retirement.
One of the other great things about Crash Proof Retirement is the interest that we earn going forward earns interest on itself. And since you can't lose money with Crash Proof Retirement, I never get blamed for losing money.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn in Chadds Ford, PA on April 22nd, starting at 5 p.m. The event is followed by complimentary dinner. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense against weather, so don't gamble with it. Hi, I'm Matt with Emmons Roofing and Siding, and at Emmons, we use only the best materials and expert craftsmanship to get your home protected. In fact, as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, we can offer a lifetime warranty directly from Owens Corning on our workmanship. So whether your roof has storm damage, aging shingles, or it's just time for an upgrade, Emmons has you covered. Call us at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Big news, Cherry Hill. The Hester Chevrolet family's expanding with our new location, Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, formerly Mall Chevrolet. For over 40 years, the Hester Automotive family has been part of the Cherry Hill community with over 600 new vehicles to choose from. Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill offers one of the largest inventories in the tri-state. Explore how we can make your driving experience extraordinary. Visit Hester Chevy at the mall or online at HesterChevyCH.com. Together, let's drive.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is right. All right. Who is singing this song? And Henry says she's the Yoko Ono of the 90s. He told me the answer, and not exactly one of my favorites, but I do not see her. Is there anybody that rises anywhere near the level of Yoko Ono? I don't see it, but yeah, troublesome. Let's go to Mike in Philly. All right, Mike, let's hear the clue again, Henry, please. Sorry, Mike. Here we go. All right, who's singing that, Mike?
That'd be Courtney Love of Hole, married to Kurt Cobain.
Yes. Do you see her as Yoko Ono-esque?
Yes, I do.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I think she had parts in Kurt Cobain's death, probably.
Oh, wow. All right. Even Yoko Ono doesn't have that on the resume. All right. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's why she's partially considered one of the top villains of the 90s, or at least the Yoko Ono, because she is blamed largely for Kurt's death, because they enjoyed drugs together and all that stuff, so who knows? Who knows what happened behind closed doors? But
Hard to say for me, though. Yeah, I know of it a little bit. I'm trying to remember. Is she in a Seinfeld? Did the guy mention Courtney Love? There was something about her, and some show did it, where she had a limo or she had a driver and she trashed the thing, that kind of thing. But Yoko Ono, man, that's a tough film. That would have been in my winner today. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll have the tickets again tomorrow. Be ready. Phillies, Giants, 4:05 start. Great time, great weather. I can predict. I'm looking out there. Next Thursday, we might be there. Hope to see you if we are all in the same section. Okay. So we've been talking about the startling development. The markets have gone crazy. I was trying to do the calculations during a break, and depending, it's hard to say, but you might be coming back. If this holds up where it is right now, how the markets have jumped, you might be coming relatively close back to where you started, by and large. You know, your 401k, depending on a number of things. It's that big of a jump. Even though Trump at the same time ratcheted up more against China. So does that tell us something that Wall Street and others are going to be okay with taking on China one-on-one? Well, we'll see once we get through with the countries that are more compliant. But they're not saying, oh, yeah, we love that, but we hate what you're doing at China, so it's going to be a mixed development. This is a big development at this point. Hopefully we'll get Charlie Gasparino and some others on tomorrow to tell you what happens next. My big notice is, watch this. Do you see Navarro and Lutnick out there today? You do not. You see Bessent. Finally, some sanity has been brought to this. And look at what happens. Look at the move here now that's happened. And what happens one-on-one with China? Does that depress the markets? It's going to be harder to do that because the markets, are not going to be able to make the point, well, we got to deal with the communist Chinese, and the Democrats are not going to be able to do that. Are the media going to be able to do that? No, they're not. Doesn't mean they're not going to try. What I'm saying is that dog won't hunt. That's going to be more difficult once all this other is cleared away. And I think they think they're going to have South Korea and Japan pretty quickly here to be a barrier against China. That is all good. All right, John in Morristown is back. All right, John, I admire the diligence. Say, John, good afternoon. Who's your villain? John, are you there? All right, John. Sorry, I know it's a wait. I love this next one. One of my favorite characters. Even Uncle Leo this guy was good. Steve in Downingtown. Hey, Steve, who's the villain?
Hey, Dom, good to hear you. Good to talk to you. Yeah, my villain would be Max Caddy.
Yes.
Cape Fear, Robert De Niro.
Yes, and who's the actor that was pretty cocky, was a former cop, how he set up the sting to get him to come into the house? Guy was pretty popular at one point. And then look at what happens. Max Cady, yes.
He plays in a lot of political theater type movies.
Oh, yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But I just like to say, even today, Max Caddy, Robert De Niro, he's still my villain in the political climate.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Can you imagine being there? He's sitting there with his entourage, and he gets word what's happened with Trump here. The market's up, and Trump going after China. I could do that as a side. Who would you like to be with that when something good like this happens? The ladies on The View, De Niro, Anna Navarro. Well, she's on The View sometimes. Thank you, Steve. That's a good one. Max Cady is a good one. If you haven't seen De Niro in that, particularly the opening scene, they're in a movie theater. He's blowing cigar smoke, laughing loudly at his perceived targets. That's a good villain. Very bad, but not Hitler-esque or anything. That's what we're looking for. Okay, so we have a couple of other developments to tell you, too, about a big Philadelphia carnival that's been canceled, that I'm on board with, that they've canceled this, and I'll tell you why they've canceled it for this point. And in Colorado, quote, misgendering your child could lose custody. If the kid says they're binary or they're the opposite sex, if you can say the opposite sex, well, then you better, in Colorado, recognize that, or you are going to be in trouble. Now, the governor hasn't signed it yet, Polis, and he is one of the Democrats' top 5 or 6 running for president. So it kind of gives you a sense of what would Josh Shapiro do if he had to sign a bill like this. I'll give you all that coming up. We'll get a winner here today. 855-839-1210. It'll be up on podcast, too. If you missed Gordon Chang, he laid out explicitly, wow, the Dow's up over 7.27. Wow. I'd have to calculate the last few days. Let's see, Friday, Monday, Tuesday. We're approaching making people whole. I don't think we're there yet. But if you checked your 401k and you're looking at what's going on here, and if you could project, just let me know. Do you think you're pretty much whole? Are the shock waves coming off on this? And to me, the number one thing is we're taking on China one-on-one. It's up to 125 now, 125%. 90-day pause. Hey, it said, and I've been one of the people saying it, you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization because the Greeks, the Romans, you know the list, they all went through here. They left their cultural mark. But what they did not do is forget the beauty, the sun, the sea, the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe, the Mediterranean in Sicily, and Calabria this fall. Now, when I head to Europe, I wish they were every place. The only people I would go with, Ken Chase and Conservative Tours. $55.44, including airfare. The dining events, the wine flows. They know the great places to go, second to none. Bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Toll-free number, call them now. Tell them we sent you, get all the details, and bring the gang. This is the type of thing you want to share, and you'll be sharing it with Dom and Talk Radio 1210 listeners. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour, all 3 films. We visit the locales and some of the characters. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you at Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples, Savoca. Sicily is ancient, charming, picturesque, a country within a country. What you do is this. Just call now. Be part of this. 888-733-9494.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You could not offer me a salary high enough to work for SEPTA.
That's a tough gig.
Is that worst job ever for you? I think worst job ever for me would be flight attendant. You can't throw them out, like you could if you were bartending or something.
$250,000 a year. You driving a SEPTA bus?
$250,000?
$250 a year.
How many days a week do I have to work?
You got to work 40 hours, Harry.
40?
Yeah,
no, that's too much.
Yeah, I mean, come on, let's go, Harry. What are we doing here, all right?
Get up, Harry! Come on, let's go!
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will.
How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
San Francisco visits Philadelphia when the Phils face the Giants at Citizens Bank Park for a 4-game set starting Monday, April 14th through Thursday, April 17th. Join the fun and get tickets now at Phillies.com. Don't miss the party of the year. Come celebrate the Citizens Fanatic birthday on Sunday, April 20th at 1:35 when the Phils take on the Marlins. And kids 14 and under receive a Fanatic widget hat. Snag tickets now at Phillies.com.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves, available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Weather sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
Below average temperatures remain in the forecast through the rest of the week. Plenty of sunshine today, less windy. High temperature a good 10 degrees below average at 52. Tonight becoming partly cloudy, not as cold, low 38 for the city, colder in the suburbs. And for Thursday, mostly cloudy, chance for some showers late in the day with a high 54.
Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Their experts will guide you every step of the way, from free in-home design consultation to top-notch installation. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation, 40% off the cost of installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. I was talking to Nick Kale and Company this morning about this, and I didn't give you the figures. Elon Musk saying Social Security numbers Doge has found issued to non-citizens over the past 4 years, meaning the Biden years. 2021, 270,425. 2022, see, they're learning. They're doing more of this. 509,193. 2023, 964,163. And, oh, my God, we're getting out of Dodge. Trump is going to win 2 million in 2024, 2,095,247. So just by rough map here, 1.5, 1.6. 3.6, 3.7, closing in on 4 million people plus we gave that were here, non-citizens, whether they're legal or not. They're illegal. We gave them Social Security numbers. Again, no explanation. Get to the bottom of it. Keep on going after it. It's endless what goes on here. 4 million people plus with Social Security numbers that are not citizens. Just one of the amazing stories of the day, without a doubt. And this is good news to me. Philadelphia's Carnaval de Puebla canceled. This is a big deal, I think, over near 9th Street, because ICE might target this cultural celebration. The Inquirer says it's been canceled this year out of fear that ICE might target the event to make immigration arrest. The festival was scheduled for April 27, expected to draw the estimated 15,000 revelers who've made it one of the largest carnivals on the East Coast. The Carnival Committee, active in the Philadelphia Mexican community, and organizers had little choice, given the worries people expressed. People don't want to participate because what's going on. People worry if they show up for the Carnival and ICE is waiting for them. Well, Here's how I file this. It's not going to be blatant anymore. You're not going to go down Broadway saying, yo, we're here, we're illegal, nothing you're going to do about it. Now, there's a sense, uh-oh, there might be something that's going to happen here. This might be kind of difficult. That's where we are. Oh, Fox has clarified something here. All right, because I was asking this more explicitly. Trump is apparently going to hit a 25% tariff on overseas medication. Now, if he does that, okay, I just want to see an all-out effort. And you think we would have done that about after COVID, but we didn't. To develop making medicines in the United States. Now, I don't know if RFK Jr. would be involved in that, how it works. What are the stumbling blocks to pharma manufacturing in the U.S.? I mean, if the drug has passed FDA and all the rest, then manufacturing it should be okay. So I'm not sure. I'll try to get the list for tomorrow. What are the drugs that we get from China that you almost can't get here? And how much of it is not China? Does the EU send us drugs that we don't make here for some reason? I mean, you would think after COVID, after seeing this play out, that this would have been an all-out effort to move on this. But look, people are busy. There are more immediate day-to-day things. The American people don't stay on them. And as a result, we're probably in the same position. This is one of the most shocking things of all. So he hasn't done it yet, but the betting is that he will. We'll see. All right, side question. Hit us with that all-time villain. Scott in Mount Laurel on Talk Radio 1210. Scott, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm going to go back to what you were wishing for: Charlie Manuel on China and Henry Kissinger on baseball.
Yes.
You'll like China. You're a real tough opponent. You like President Trump. He's going to get in there and he's doing an excellent job. You like he's going to take his cuts, and you like it's hitting season.
It's hitting season. That's right. Do you do Kissinger?
Yeah, hang on. I will.
Okay.
It is utterly imperative that John Ross assert control as the captain of the outfield.
Very well put. Scott, I wish I had that tape somewhere. The segue when I'm going from, I think it was Manuel to Kissinger, was unbelievable. And we're in front of a crowd there as we're doing this, if you can imagine.
Yeah, the funny thing is they sound so different, but I'm not sure Charlie doesn't make more sense.
Yeah, I agree with Henry, and it's a 1,000-page book. So, it was nuts.
Yeah, it's both interesting characters. That is the beauty of talk radio.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I booked them. I didn't care right away. Let's do it. So, Scott, who's your villain?
My guy is former NBA Commissioner David Stern.
Okay.
The NBA was a regular league, just like any other league before. The game was fun and great. He's the one who started turning it into a circus, with entertainment over the game, having the referees decide who was going to win certain games to make the series go longer. And we're going to let Shaq cross the line on foul shots because it's good for business. He's the one who started getting him involved, I'm sure, in all the left-wing stuff that Adam Silver has made worse. He has ruined the NBA and made it completely unwatchable.
Yeah, I would agree. The regular season and the idea of the number of games that are taken off, back in, Scott, Wilt played all 82 games, and he played more minutes one year because of overtime. Yeah. He played all 48 minutes, and I think he may have had another 100 minutes added to it. Imagine that to one of these guys today.
Oh, they would never do. And the fact that he made it, he really ruined. I mean, this is I know you agree with me on this. Basketball is the best sport there is.
That's right.
How do you ruin that? And they did it. They've ruined it. It's unwatchable for the referees and the style of play.
Well, I think too, the 3-point shot has added a lot of different players, and I like the 3-point shot, but I'd have to see the stats. When it becomes dominant and they're just walking up and down and firing threes, that's not going to give the excitement of it that it used to have.
Well, they got to let you play defense too, which they don't want to do anymore. They want the stars to shine so much that they don't let you defend anybody.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a guy like
No
Luka
physicality.
Doncic, I don't see it. Not allowed to lay a hand on him. That guy's got to be whacked. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it was bad enough, like, in the old days when, Star would get a little benefit of the calls. Then it became kind of accepted, and then now it's like, you can't even breathe on these guys. And
Yeah,
of
it's
course, you're never
almost
going
like
to stop a guy.
it's almost like the referee checking his sheet. All right, which is the bigger star? You got two alleged stars here. What do I do in this situation? Yeah.
Oh, there's no doubt. I remember one playoff series. It was like when Kobe was playing, and Joey Crawford called a fourth foul. Would have been the fourth foul on Kobe in the second quarter. Realized it, changed the call. And was like, no, I said it was number somebody else. And you look at the replay, and Kobe's the only one even in the picture. It was that blatant.
Thank you, Scott. David Stern. All right, we're looking for that. I see some good ones here. Be ready on the lightning round. Hit us with that all-time villain. That coming off today, China Day, around the news that broke, though, was kind of unexpected. We didn't see Trump moving to an off-ramp here. I wasn't sure about that at all. I didn't think it was going to happen, while at the same time raising the rates on China to 125%. That is huge news. And if the market stays where it is now, knock on wood, things don't look so bad over the last 3 or 4 days, and we'll see how that processes tomorrow. Who does what? The big thing I've seen all day, because I consume this stuff, I'm watching for you, different things, reading. Bessent has been the face today. I haven't seen the other lesser players out there. That's reassuring. He's leading the negotiations, okay? 855-839-1210. You get on board. Lightning round next. Let me tell you first, though, why it's so important to make sure that our families have the essentials. That's food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. A lot of news about drinking water. Periodically, we see this. Do what we did. Take that news cycle out. You don't have to worry about this with Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. The Kinetico system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap is crystal clear, all-natural water. Not only is it the best tasting water ever, it provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family is passionate about water. They'll put their 46 years of experience to work for you. Their customer service, attention to detail, just fantastic. They'll come out to your home, test your water, recommend solutions that make sense for you. Contact Martin Water Conditioning today, and they'll take great care of you. Click on martinwater.com or call 800-887-7555. 800-887-7555. Tell them Dom G sent you.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride, you'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good for all of us.
I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you should suffer a slip and fall injury, we'll work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever, and we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, before we go to the lightning round, this is Cut 5 Henry. Just one more thing. Where do we go next? Here's President Trump, the House GOP. They were all in tuxedos last night, telling them to pass tax cuts. Listen to what he says.
Taxes on American workers and producers, our economy will soar, jobs will surge, manufacturing will boom, and our country will prosper like never, ever before. We got to get this big, beautiful deal done. We got to get it done, and get it done now. Don't wait 2 weeks. Don't wait 2 weeks. Bad things happen. Crazy things happen in politics. Just get the damn thing done and stop showboating. A couple of people want to, sure, I got to get a little bit more. A little bit more, you know what you're going to get? You end up getting nothing. You end up getting a Democrat bill or worse.
All right, there we go. So that's a new thing. Now, will it be recessed? Yeah, probably. Move on this. This would be spectacular. Put us in a better position against China and negotiating. The dilly-dallying, the nonsense around this. Get it done. All right, let's go to Bill in Palmyra. Bill, who's your villain?
Dom, great show today, Dom. My answer for the side question goes back to World War II. When the Allied forces were advancing through the Pacific, hopscotching from one island chain to the next, there was a woman in Japan who would get on the radio every day, Tokyo Rose, and she would try to deliver a demoralizing and discouraging message to the troops.
Oh, without a doubt. She's in the Yoko Ono class. Same, only at a higher level. Yeah, Tokyo Rose. That's a great answer. Drew in Upper Darby. Drew, who do you have?
Hey, Dom, thank you so much. You know, Dom, this villain is right in front of us every time we talk about The Godfather. When Michael has to go to Sicily in hiding and he marries the young girl, Apollonia.
Yes.
His car explodes. Unfortunately, she's killed, and his bodyguard is the one who's responsible. And Michael knew it. And true story, Dom, in the unedited version of The Godfather, that same bodyguard, I think his name was Cato in the movie, he moves to the United States, opens up a pizza shop in Buffalo, and when he's locking up his pizza shop one night, he gets in his car, and his car explodes. But they never showed that in the original movie.
I did not know that. Yeah, usually they say something as they're garroting you. Michael Corleone says hello. It's always he says hello. When they take care of all the business is the best with Clemenza opening up the box, kicking it aside, and shotgunning them on the elevator. Or the guy that's caught in the revolving door screaming in Italian. That's pretty good, too. Chuck in Newtown Square. All right. Oh, man. Oh, killing me with this.
Dom,
I can't be biased. I just see your answer. Go ahead, Chuck.
Dom, I am so surprised you didn't take this one off the board.
Yes.
You're looking for a female. Now, you know how somebody's a great villain? You know they're a great villain because you're watching them do terrible, terrible things, yet you don't want them to be caught. And there's nobody better than Elizabeth from The Americans. She was fascinating to watch, and you're sitting there watching terrible things happen. Luckily, you know it's in the past, so you know the results. But, oh, my God, this person, she did a great, great job, and it's the best female villain I've ever seen.
I got to say, off the top of my head, you're right there. And do you remember the scene? It's an older woman in a defense factory or whatever, and the older woman figures out that they are Russian spies, at least Elizabeth's. And the woman, she says, well, you know, I don't really want to do this, but I do have to kill you. And she says, yeah, I know. That's what people like you say to themselves, to try to hide any sense of human decency. You don't have to kill me. Oh, yeah, it's just, yeah.
She was, and yet you didn't really want her to get caught, did you?
No,
you're like,
not at all.
The show has to go on.
Yeah, exactly right. Thank you. I mean, it's a little bit weird that the FBI agent is friendly with them from across the street and doesn't see this. Oh, they're travel agents. Travel agents out at midnight. Oh, yeah, Sicily. Dom Giordano's going to Sicily. We got a midnight group coming up.
I'm going to have to watch this show.
Oh, yeah, the Americans. And, you know, a la President Trump, how afraid the Russians were of Reagan. Reagan, unpredictable. You don't know what Reagan might do next throughout the show. Yeah, it's beautifully done, the Americans, and, she's in The Diplomat now, which is another, you know, other than the fact they only give you 7 shows, then they're off for 2 years.
Yeah.
Is really well done.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah, let's go to Gary in Newtown. Gary, who's yours?
I almost hung up when Scott called in, and I almost hung up just because of the last call, because I love her in American. So the only thing I got to go on is something real. And the something real is the medical community, the way they responded to COVID-19 '84, and the way they didn't allow loved ones to go visit the people in the hospital. That's my answer.
Oh, that is, villainy on the high seas there. All right, Henry, do you have one? Because I do have one here, I think.
I feel like you're going to go with Chuck from Newtown's answer, but I like Drew and Upper Darby's answer, and I like Bill and Palmyra's answer of Tokyo Rose.
Oh, yeah, Tokyo Rose was a great one. I hate to be biased in this, but she is. And that one scene, if you remember the show, you can see her even willing for great acting. For a nanosecond, she thinks I may not kill the woman. I mean, like a 1/10 of a second.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see her portraying what's going on in her mind. Even she couldn't say, I got to meat cleaver this woman. But then she just, kill her. Get her out of here. All right, so that's a winner today. Chuck, that's a great villain. Maybe tomorrow, all-time immigrants to the legal immigrants / citizens to the United States, like, could you argue for, we got a couple that are questionable, even though big names. Elon Musk is right on that list. What about Irving Berlin? I got even bigger ones. I won't take them all off. I think we'll do that tomorrow. Have some fun with that. What a day. 1 hour to see if the stock market holds at this, though. I'll be counting every second until we meet tomorrow to see what they do. They can't pull out misery from this. Let it go. It's a good day. Take it off. No more selling. All right, Rich Cioli's next to chronicle all this 4 big hours. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Cioli. Summer's coming fast, and if you don't plan, you're going to be stuck home while everyone is making memories at the beach. Book your Memorial Day weekend stay today at the beautiful Oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, my happy place. And I know you're going to love it. And it's never too early to book your June midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, get $60 a night in resort credit. 5 nights gets you $70, and 7 nights gets you $80 a night in resort credits that you can use at Hemingway's restaurant right on site, the outdoor pool bar, their beach concession stand, or in the gift shop where you can get passes for a whale-watching boat cruise. Always book direct with them for the best rates. The Grand Hotel at Cape May is also the perfect place to host a wedding, corporate event, baby and bridal shower with 4 beautiful ballrooms. They have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. So call and ask to talk to my friend Caitlin, and she will help you plan your dream event. Call them today at 800-257-8550 or grandhotelcapemay.com.
How would you like to have Joel Embiid, Charles Barkley, and Chip Snapper at your next event? Hire Joe Conklin, the man of 1,000 voices for corporate events and private parties.
We hired Joe Conklin, a comedian. The guy's fantastic.
We hired Joe for our sales meeting, and he was hilarious. He had everyone from our top management down to the peons cracking up laughing.
We had Joe Conklin, so we did not stop laughing for the whole show.
Hire Joe Conklin now for corporate events and private parties. Go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt-out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full-price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.